Simply put, everyone knows 'tis globe. If of logic proof of globe. Logic states of G then G, and if G and G then G, therefore it can be proved directly by if glow, then glow. If glow and glow, then glow. Or indirectly by if not flat, then glow. It's not flat, therefore 'tis glow. Or if it's not flat, and it's not flat, then it's definitely glow. We can safely say it's not flat, therefore 'tis glow. Be at peace with your glow. Rest assured that we'll continue to progress through our glow. Therefore 'tis no glow. If it's not flat and it's not flat, then it's definitely glow. We can safely say it's not flat, therefore 'tis glow. Be at peace with your glow. Rest at peace with your glow. Trust in the purpose of flow. Continue to progress the proofs of glow. We can safely say it's not flat, therefore 'tis glow. Be at peace with your glow. Rest assured that we will continue to progress the proofs of glow. Glow. We can safely say it's not flat, therefore 'tis glow. Glow. We can continue to progress the proofs of glow. Glow. Of glow. Of glow. Glow. We can safely say it's not flat, therefore 'tis glow, glow. Be at peace with your glow. Rest assured that we will continue to progress the proofs of glow. Of glow. Of glow. We can safely say it's not flat, therefore 'tis glow, glow. Be at peace with your glow. Rest assured that we will continue to progress the proofs of glow.
And we are live again. Look at us. Welcome everyone. It is a Thursday night. Yeah, here we are. We've been saying for a bit, right, it's not flat. I guess we were sort of the forerunners of this whole thing. And now look where the flat earthers are. Imagine being put in a position like that where Bev's been saying it's not flat. Wow.
Let's get it on.
Okay, now We had to go live today because I think we saw a historic, momentous occasion. Obviously, we've been out there talking to flat earthers. I've got some recordings. I don't know whether, whether you guys want to hear him or not. Like from just talking to people. Me lad's coming down at the weekend. I'll get it sorted, and then I'll just be able to put all sorts of conversations out there for people to listen to for like days, I reckon. Anybody, if they want to listen to all people talking shit, then this is going to be the place to come. All of the conversations that most people are going to be having, they've already been had in the back rooms. We've been out there talking to flat earthers, trying to work out, how the flat earthers are going to deal with certain questions, and it seems as though most of them have got a real problem. And what we've found is that, certain questions, once you ask a question, the reply that comes back can, sometimes there's no way of knowing. If you can induce some sort of cognitive dissonance with a question, and we went over it last time when we were talking about these sedacious questions and just sort of things that spark up in people's minds. Well, you never know what can happen, but it does appear that one of the benefits of this is that you get to see a narcissist and how narcissists react. Now, it seems like it's become popularized. People have encouraged these type of behavior for entertainment purposes or for what fascination. I don't know how it's occurred, but we are living in 2025. We've gone through the woke era, and I think there's a lot of people with damaged minds, exploded minds, because of a lack of logic. And we've got an example today, and it did just happen today. One of our favourite flat earthers, I've been fascinated with this place for quite a long time, and it being Discord, there's mainly, if this is for anybody that's coming into this arena, maybe for the first time or whatever, are curious about this earth-shaped thing and flat earthers and whatnot. It's a bit of a rabbit hole coming into it, but what people within the arena have developed are these characters. Now, one of the characters, he's sort of, I don't know, he's been put up on this pedestal, and the people around him have allowed this to happen, and you're going to hear an example of it tonight. We've got a bit of a break in it and all of that, but I mean, you guys know who we're talking about, right? Should I get it? You ready to start going over this, or?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, everybody knows because it was in the thumbnail.
Yeah. Right.
So,
well, yeah, but this is something that's been building up over the years, right? And eventually it's led to the position that Will Duffy's done an experiment, if you want to call it that. It's more of a social experiment, I think. But the social experiment is more intriguing because the consequences of what's happened are still playing out today. Flat earthers are really struggling with certain questions. And, yeah, I mean, we've been banned from all of these places, which is why it's fascinating, because the questions still stand. The questions that we've been banned from asking. But they're still out there. They still exist. And there are people that are going to be still asking the questions. And there are some burning questions that need to be asked and dealt with. The conversations need to be had. There are flat earthers out there that want answers, right? There's some real problems that have occurred. Let me get this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pity that, we don't have access, because this is a great time to be alive and, to be asking some of these questions and seeking a bit of clarity about how do people feel, what's going on.
Yeah. Right. Oh, wait a minute. Have you got, what stream have you guys got on? Yeah, that's right. So here we go. There's a message that comes at the beginning, and you will hear it. You might hear it again. There's another one of these coming later. Does that sound check?
Welcome.
Good.
Flat Earth Debate live.
Good
I'm your
for us
host,
here.
Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to
I'll
this
check
channel,
the YouTube.
or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and join button to
Important
keep up to date
notices
with the
here.
Flat Earth
This is
Debate.
how we
If you would
open
like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows
super
while
chat.
they are live, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching,
As
then
long
click
as
the
you're
link
not
in the
banned.
info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear.
There you go.
If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't.
That's quite important, that. He asks the people that are joining, please not to swear. Now, please bear that in mind, because I think we may be setting a record for Discord, particularly for Flat Earth Debates. Now, Q and Fee, if you're out there, see whether you can beat this one, right? For clips.
Don't try to rejoin the stream using sock
Don't try
accounts.
and rejoin.
You'll
if
be
you
warmly
do
welcome
swear.
back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social
I don't
media.
like swearing.
Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the
got
chances of a
it's
more
got
diverse
something under
panel.
his
So
eye
please share
there,
the
that's
show
for
on
sure.
Facebook and X.
That's a new one, isn't it?
Now we are joined by Neil, Adam, Original D-Rose, Chocolate Saying, and a whole bunch of people in the politics Discord
So they
server.
decide to
So
go to
welcome
politics,
one
huh?
and all.
How far?
Cheerio. How you doing?
Globe. Not bonded to anything. They're not doing anything other than
Try and get through
dispersing
it.
into the availability of volume and then coming back down again when they condense back into a liquid.
I'll grab a star.
It's a bit boring at first. There's not much going
We
on.
were saying in the pre-show that it's all very quiet
if
in the
you
politics server.
Can't
So
vary
let's-
them. No.
Go ahead one more time.
Things are gonna pick up
Yeah.
in a little bit.
I'm sorry, I didn't know there was a delay. I said no. You'd have to vary the stars, and you can't.
Sciences. That's the elucidation of the cause of a phenomena you study in nature by presuming what will cause it and varying it to see if it causes it or not. That would be an experiment.
The abyss of the Pacific Ocean. And scientists say that these bugs
100% of those astrophysicists are still stuck in the first
That's
step
over.
of the
That's not
scientific
us, is it?
method, which is the observation. The
I
only
noticed that.
thing that they are doing is the observation.
Observation.
Won't
Yeah,
allow
Nathan's
you
trying to
to
impress
just
the
verify
scientific
those
method
things.
on people, get it in their heads
Astrophysicist is the only
what the
person.
method is as per FED.
Yeah, they've become the arbiters of science within the flat Earth community. I think that's what they've taken on for themselves, with the head of science being QE, the guy who makes the worst arguments ever. Doesn't seem to understand logic. He talks about logic about a lot. They don't really.
Yeah, last year on the front foot with the Earth is measured flat, and this year it seems like they want to impress the scientific method on the populace, the congregation.
Took a bit to get going. Oh, there you go. Let's see.
jack crap in the scientific methodology.
Yeah, you will be a storyteller. You can throw in that after that observation, that the gazelle, because the lion eated some gazelles from their pack, they grow some hatred against the lion, so they could eat meat instead of herb and things like plants. You can throw any story you want.
Sure, you can tell stories about a magical land in a time long ago and far, far away, where battles commenced amongst the stars. You can make up these stories, and then you can have those stories tally with the church rhetoric of heliocentrism and us moving around a star called the sun in a motion called heliocentrism.
It's just some good
Well, you can do
swear,
that, yeah.
Nathan.
You can just make up any old.
Oh, and also when you are talking, you make
It took a bit for us to get going into this.
Oh, I heard you saying that you know
you
always
know
known
this
there
voice,
were
Nathan.
2 points.
Here we go.
Right.
Here we go.
I said the stars, the sun, and the moon.
Aye.
Here we go. This is where it starts.
Oh, I heard you saying that you know
you
always
know
known
this
there
voice,
were
Nathan.
2 points of rotation.
So that guy there, right, just starts talking, and Neil talked over him to say that you know this voice, but we didn't get to hear what he was saying. First off, step one. Here we go.
Oh, I heard you saying that you know
you know this
known
voice,
there were
Nathan.
2 points of rotation in the sky. I wonder how that works on the flat Earth.
It only works on a flat Earth. Describing the 2 points of rotation are measured with respect to planes in both instances. We're talking about how it works on a flat Earth.
Right, so simply 2 points of rotation. And Nathan Oakley says it only works on a flat Earth. So for all of you flat earthers out there that are struggling to work out how you have it, Nathan Oakley says it only works like that. But not only that, just the fact that he's been asked that question, obviously it's troubling for most flat earthers to answer that question. And what you're going to watch now is the reaction of what happens when you ask that sort of a question to a flat earther at the minute. And this is a consequence of what Will Duffy's done. So I applaud you, Will Duffy, for this sort of stuff. Here we go.
All of the angles described with both of those systems are with respect to a plane. It only works on a plane. What are you babbling about?
Which points do you mean?
You're asking me which points you've just asked about? The 2 points of rotation that you just asked about both get described with respect to a plane. I've just said this. I just said it like 10 seconds ago. You completely ignored me. So you're going to ask me about which points you just asked about. You're a disingenuous prick. I answered you based on the points you...
So that's the first swear. Nathan Oakley. These 2 points of rotation only work on a flat Earth. And a lot of people are trying to work out how, what's going on. So apparently now, to Nathan Oakley, the flat earther, these 2 points of rotation don't work on a globe. Not even a dogmatic globe. It only work on flat Earth.
But I think it's...
Go on.
I was just going to say, I think it's important to point out that the person that's asking the question, I know Neil talked over him at the beginning, but the person asking the question, I believe, said, I heard you talk about 2 points of rotation.
Mm.
And how do you measure that on a flat Earth? Now, Neil spoke over that person. Maybe Nathan didn't hear that, but they were points of rotation that Nathan apparently has talked about.
Yeah.
So the clarification comes back from this person asking the question, well, what are the 2 points? And this is where Nathan starts getting upset. He's already called him a prick.
Yeah. Nathan said the other day that, I mean, they've known about these 2 points of rotation for ages. That's what he says.
Yeah, Eli backed him up and said exactly the same. That
that was
a
week or so ago, was it?
I guess because they had a little disagreement with Mighty Mush in one of the shows about this, which direction the sun goes round, and Nathan said he'd always seen the sun go in directions, opposite directions from his house somehow. And then at another point somewhere else, I think he'd said that there were, he's always known there were 2 points of rotation in the sky, and Eli backed him up on that. And he said he didn't know what the other guys were thinking about, why they didn't get it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too sure, right? But to my understanding, Nathan Oakley has been telling everyone that you measure an angle to Polaris, and that is the proof of flat Earth. He's talked about latitude circles for ages, right? And they're generated by his proof of flat Earth. Those circles, but now we've ended up with 2 points of rotation, which I don't think he's ever mentioned before, ever. Anyway, so Nathan Oakley, he's swearing already.
You brought up and you directly asked me, and now you're asking me which points. You're a disingenuous prick.
No.
Prick.
You said there were
prick.
2
Now I'm just going to do what you do to me.
Wow, like how many? Like, literally, that escalated a bit too quick, right?
Very quickly, yeah.
There's something going on there. Nathan Oakley said that they've known about these 2 points of rotation. Somebody said, I've heard you talking about these 2 points of rotation. And can you explain it?
On the flat Earth?
Yeah, like what's the deal? And this is phenomenal, I think. I think it's really...
Typically, which is talk through me. You just talk through me, typically. So I'm just going to call you a disingenuous prick through the top of you. It's your trick that you usually do, Hyuka. Just yatter through the top of anything that anybody...
go on.
I don't know Hyuka, I guess is his name. Hyuka, whatever. That guy's name.
Yeah.
And I guess these people have heard him before, because Neil said, oh, you know that voice.
I think I've heard, maybe heard him like once or twice, but I'm not too sure whether it was on Nathan's or over at 24/7.
Maybe, but there's a question. Maybe other people know. Maybe there's people in the chat or here in the Discord that know. Anybody that knows this Heyoka guy, does he call Nathan a prick all the time? Because that's what Nathan's saying.
Or talks over people.
Well, talks over, maybe he thinks that, but he specifically said, I'm going to call you prick because that's what you do to me.
Yeah.
We could run it back and listen to it.
Okay,
that's exactly what Nathan says. So I don't know if Heyoka's calls Nathan a prick all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to like overdo the swearing, but I guess this is this is flat Earth debate, right? This is the tactics of flat Earth debate from now onwards. I can't see it differing from this. Because I mean, this is going to be one of the questions that people are going to be asked, particularly the flat earthers. Listen, here we go.
On the points you brought up and you directly asked me, and now you're asking me which points. You're a disingenuous prick.
No.
Prick.
You said there were 2
Now I'm just going to do what you do to me, typically, which is talk through me. You just talk through me, typically. So I'm just going to call you a disingenuous prick through the top of you. It's your trick that you usually do, Hyuka. Just yatter through the top of anything that anybody says in response. I'll just do that to you, because you do it.
I don't think anybody gets chance to do it, because Nathan's always doing it to them. To be honest, right? If you're talking about fairness and the authority of the flat earther in the room, the so-called expert, right? Nathan's entered the room and become the expert. Somebody's asked him a question. And this is a rather extreme reaction. Here we go, a little bit more.
Do it to me. No, dick. I just told you which
Another
bleeding
swear
points are
word,
measured with
different
respect to a
swear
plane,
word.
and you're not going to acknowledge it, are you? I told you twice.
All,
Because you're a disingenuous prick.
See,
Which
Nathan's swear words all tend to run on a theme, right?
Mm-hmm.
Very weird. Well, I wouldn't say weird, but I mean, you know. Try and judge what Nathan's putting in his mind to people and think what Nathan's got going on in his head as he's doing this. He's only been asked a question. He is a flat earther, and there has been known to be 2 poles of rotation.
points are they?
The ones you bleeding asked me about. 3rd time's a charm, dickhead, wanker, arsehole. It's
Wow.
this arsehole moderation team. I've answered him. He's a
Like, look at that. Please don't swear. Nathan, like, is anybody telling him that? Is any of the mods over there at the politics channel saying, Nathan, can you please not swear? You do have it at the beginning of your thing. Like, we do have some rules over here on the politics Discord server. Apparently not.
I've only heard one person challenge him, and that was wasn't that a couple weeks ago? And I can't remember who it was, but someone challenged him on that.
One of the mods.
On that
An
point, one of the mods.
Australian guy.
Yeah.
24/7.
But other than that, I've never heard
Pull him
anybody.
Yeah, here we go.
prick. He's not acknowledging the flat plane of reference that's used for these 2 points in the sky that he's asking me about, and now asking for clarity about which bleeding points he asked me about. He asked me about them, I've answered them. What part of this don't you get? Do I need to go?
Has he answered them, really? I mean,
No.
he's appealing to the other people in the room about him answering the question. And to be honest, I don't think I heard it. I don't heard an answer. I just heard that you require a plane. But is that 2 planes? Just the one? Like, just a... I don't think we've got in there, Emma, yet.
Well, I
We've
think
not started that.
the person asked specifically, I think, how do you measure the 2 points of rotation on a flat Earth? And rather than provide the process, this is where we are.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a short circuit. I mean, you could call this cognitive dissonance, right? If Nathan
Possible.
doesn't actually have an answer, then this could be a form of cognitive dissonance because his mind's in a state that it doesn't know what to say, and this is the reaction that comes afterwards of somebody who's insecure of what to say or something. I don't know. We might be going over that in a bit. But a bit more.
4th time's a charm, by the way. I'm now going through it 4th time.
Time.
Everything with respect to this sky that he's asking about, the 2 points of rotation, every angle, every star, every GP, will be measured with respect to a plane. I've said it 5 times.
Right, so what we've got so far, there are 2 points of rotation, and all of the angles measured will be with respect to a plane. Now, how does that work on the flat Earth? I think maybe the question that's coming. We'll see.
Why am I still talking to you? Dick, wanker, why aren't you acknowledging this?
There you go. There's it first.
Because he's been
You
server
said
muted. Good.
There were 2
been
points
good.
of rotation.
No, somebody took charge of you, Yuka. Somebody shut you up. That's what happened to you, Yuka. You're a disingenuous
You didn't
prick and
know.
you've annoyed me. Right? You should have acknowledged it the first time, you stupid.
Right? He's been annoyed. Nathan's been annoyed at this person asking him a question. Now, is that really somebody who should be put as an authority figure for Flat Earth?
Or for anything, for that
Well,
matter.
I mean, yeah, for anything, right? But at the moment, he's been asked a simple question about 2 points of rotation that are obviously there. He seems to know about them, but he seems unable to converse about them, which is, I don't know, I find it fascinating, really do.
Dick. Now you're being shut down and shut up.
Been shut
Because
down.
you couldn't tolerate me explaining how bleeding wrong your stupid, disingenuous question was. How does it work on a plane? It only works on a plane. Now this is the sixth time.
That wasn't the question.
Acknowledging
How it works? How it works on the plane?
Yeah.
That wasn't the question.
Or does it only work on a plane? Or, you know, how do you measure an angle to them? I don't think any of those were questions addressed to Nathan Oakley. How's it working? A plane only works on a plane now after. And fantastic.
You're gonna get removed because you're a disingenuous asshole. Next time, acknowledge it the first frickin' time I explain it to you. Your question's malformed because everything with respect to these points of rotation you're asking me about is described in every single respect with a plane beneath it. It's the only way it gets described 6 times, 7 times, it doesn't matter how many times I tell him. It won't acknowledge it ever. They never do. Earth's flat, that's how it's measured. Points of rotation, what with respect to a plane? 8th time.
Well, he can acknowledge it. If he does, then he relinquishes his belief in a ball.
Yeah, so he's going to ask me about the points I'm talking about that get measured with respect to a plane that he just asked me about.
I don't know whether he mentioned a ball or anything at all, to be honest. He just asked
seems to be a
question.
default. Seems to be a default position, isn't it? If you ask a question that is not compliant, I guess you're automatically by default on the other side, whatever you may ask. I think.
Wanker.
There you go. It's a good response.
Tell him to study Kepler.
Yeah, we're dealing with wankers. Yeah, are you enjoying this? Audience, my audience, that is. Yeah, that's what we get from them. Oh, well, does it get measured flat when it gets measured flat? Which bit? The bit you asked me about? That doesn't get measured flat. How does it get measured flat? I just told you how it gets measured flat.
Listen to that. I mean, you want to go back that? I'll give that a couple of J's.
Anchor.
Tell him to study Kepler.
Right, now, remember, somebody's asked about the 2 points of rotation. Tell me that Nathan's not having a mental breakdown here.
We're dealing with wankers. Yeah, are you enjoying this? Audience, my audience, that is.
He's
yeah?
talking
That's
to his
what
audience.
we get from them. Oh, well, does it get measured flat when it gets measured flat? Which bit? The bit you asked me about? That doesn't get measured flat. How does it get measured flat? I just told you how it gets measured flat. That doesn't get measured flat. Yeah, it does when it gets measured flat. And round we go.
See, that's going on in his head. Nobody mentioned any of that. That's him. He's done that all on his own. Nathan, you might need help.
With an irritating, disingenuous arsehole who will never acknowledge.
Irritating, right? Asking Nathan Oakley a question irritates him. Now, is that the best place for Nathan to be? In a place where people might likely ask him a question?
The facts in this matter. Will he? Ever?
He's probably been muted.
Is this complicated? Is this something? Is it the way I'm saying it? The first time, the second time, the third time, the fourth time, the fifth time, maybe the sixth time? Was it not clear enough? I've answered him. Earth gets measured flat with angles to stars. Points of rotation? What, for the systems that are flat? Now, that was not unclear how bleeding flat Earth got measured for the systems he asked about, was it? Was I unclear about that? Ninth time. Was I unclear? Did anybody not understand what I just said?
No, perfectly clear.
Oh, Jedi.
Perfectly clear.
Perfectly
Why
clear.
did I have to go through it with Hyuka 3?
That was Jedi. Perfectly clear, Nathan. Right, so who's the ones that's supporting Nathan? That was Jedi. I would say it's far from clear, the answer, but it is pretty clear what's going on. And it seems like Jedi wants it to continue.
4 times with him asking me what I mean, asking me which points
Well done,
he's
Jedi,
asked me
for
about.
saying something.
I'll tell you why. Because he's a wanker. A globe-believing wanker, I'll add. Because that's what you globe-believing wankers are like. That's all you can do. Behave like a wanker when I tell you how bleeding Earth's measured flat.
Feoka does want to
That's
come
what you can
round
do.
and talk about
Yeah, in the face of how flat Earth is measured. Tell me about how you don't understand, how I haven't explained it. Ask me about the points that you've just specifically asked me about. That's
This
what
is
you
how
can do
they
in the face of how
behave.
Earth gets measured.
That's interesting, right?
Yeah.
This is how you globe people behave. Who's behaving badly?
And he's only just got chance to ask the question like once, and then got talked over when he was trying to clarify it. But that's all that's happened so far. The rest has gone on in Nathan's head.
Yes.
And that behaviour that he's talking about isn't of other people. Don't know where the behaviour is going on. Nathan I don't know. Is he projecting that on somebody else?
Clearly, you can tell that if you ask him his anger, if you were to measure his anger, it'd be measured flat, as you can tell.
Yes. Yeah, but somebody should be in there, really, at the minute, I would say. Just, trying to calm him down, but it seems like these people over there in this politics Discord server, they seem to encourage it, or they at least don't try and stop it, right? I'm not too sure whether this is the new tactic of how they want flat earth debate to be. Like if this, when they look in and people think, oh, flat earth debate, what's that about? And listen to this. That's what they might want people to think. I don't know. Who would want to get involved in this?
Measured flat. It's all you've got. It's pathetic.
Because he's assuming he's on a ball. That's why you know that.
Doing the Earth is measured. Tell me about how you don't understand, how I haven't explained it. Ask me about the points that you've just specifically asked me about. That's what you can do in the face of how Earth gets measured flat. It's all you've got. It's pathetic.
Right, so all you've got in rebuttal to the Earth being measured flat from Nathan Oakley, even though any measurement would be a measurement of how not flat it is, so that does sound a little bit contradictory. But all you've got is to ask him questions about something else, because you can't ask him questions about how it's measured flat either, because that ends up in a similar sort of thing. Yeah. But that's all people have got, is to ask Nathan Oakley questions, because what he says seems to be nonsense. It doesn't make any sense. So people would be introduced to want to ask him questions to try and make sense of the whatever it is he's talking about. But that seems to enrage him. And this is where we are.
Because he's assuming he's on a ball. That's why you know that, Nathan.
Well, when I point out how Earth gets measured flat with the 2 points of rotation I'm being asked about, that needs some sort of acknowledgement, Neil. Otherwise you get removed. Perfectly justifiable. So why should I have to go through it without getting acknowledged once? I'm getting told some shite about how all things go down to the ground at 9.8 meters per second. The person telling me damn well expects me to understand what they've told me, even when it's wrong. Now, me telling him demonstrable facts about Earth can only be measured flat when you're talking about 2 points of rotation. Is he going to acknowledge it? No! None of them do. They can't. It's sad.
I don't know what the acknowledgement should have been.
Yeah, I think as regular, he's very difficult to talk to.
What?
So now the guy that asked the question is very difficult to talk to.
Daz, yeah, somebody else is coming on to, sort of just to back Nathan. Like, it's not your fault, Nathan. It's the person that asked you a question, apparently, is very hard to talk to.
It didn't sound to me like he was difficult to
Didn't
talk
get
to.
a
It sounded
chance
to me
to
like
say
he was
very
calm.
much.
No, but in the time he did talk, he sounded very calm. He sounded fairly respectable. I didn't hear any, any snide stuff from Heyoka. If that's his name, I don't know how to pronounce it. But I haven't been everywhere, right? I haven't heard this guy
You've
talk
not heard
all that
every
much.
conversation that he's had, right?
Yeah, but it sounds like he's fairly reasonable, even though he might not align completely with Nathan or Nathan's beliefs or whatever. He might not align at all. But still, I thought the discussions were supposed to be had. I thought that a debate is supposed to be respectful and, not get to this level of animosity. But perhaps it's not a debate at all.
Yeah, I think the guy gets a chance to actually talk a bit more. So, I mean, I'd say you can't really judge that dude on anything, really, because he's not had a chance to say very much. He literally asked him one question, then tried to clarify it and got abused, or just sort of shouted over with swear words to stop him from clarifying the question, and then he got muted. I don't think he said anything else since. I don't.
Frustrates the hell out of everyone here.
Always like that?
Yeah, there's a word for it.
Sorry, man.
The word's wanker. He's a wanker. Yeah, we know wankers are difficult to communicate with because they're wankers.
Please don't
What
swear.
do you expect from someone who still till this moment can't understand that the triangle that you get from elevation angle is a right triangle?
What?
Yeah.
What?
Somebody who can't understand that the triangle you get from an elevation
angle
is a right triangle. I mean,
does anybody understand that? That's not indoctrinated into this. I don't know what you call it.
Into this arena.
But an angle, for me, an angle is two straight lines at a vertex. How does that turn into a triangle? Don't you need three angles for a triangle? How do you get a triangle from an elevation angle?
You need three sides, right, of a triangle, and you've only got two with an angle.
It sounds like it to me.
They've magicked another side of a triangle from somewhere. But, I mean, that's flat earthers for you. I mean...
Yeah, I guess.
The guy somehow doesn't even understand that an angle is a triangle, but he only asked about the points of rotation. He didn't say anything about an angle or triangle or anything.
Nope.
So these guys have now made up. Yeah, they've got a phantom question, right, that was never asked now. Call it a straw man if you will. But again, somebody else has backed Nathan up with that. I hope, Nathan, if you do get a chance to listen to these things back, Nathan, the guy didn't ask about that. Somebody else is helping you out with that, unless,
Take a second and look at what's on the screen as well.
Yeah?
I mean, look at what's on the screen. You have a
there is
drawing.
The elevation angle there.
You have a drawing.
Yeah.
You have a drawing of there's apparently an angle at the circle up above there, and a right triangle somewhere where the person isn't.
Yeah.
But the person looks really happy because he's got his hands out or her hands out like that,
dancing.
It's like we're super happy dancing around. What is going on here? And why is Nathan so upset about it?
Yeah. Yeah, this angle here doesn't make the triangle. This is just an angle.
Is he in the hill or by the side of the hill, do you think?
I don't know. He's looking at the hill. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good question
I don't
too.
even know if that's a hill. Definitely looks like a curvy thing in front of him.
Yeah, definitely a curvy thing. It does look like a hill to me, but it does look like he's at the base of the hill. I don't know.
Interesting.
Who's to know?
He can't understand that. You have two right triangle using the GP of the observer.
Now two right triangles.
Oh, what happened there? I don't know where that was.
I don't think we're that far. Oh, there it is.
It was somewhere around here.
Talk to.
Difficult to talk to.
Frustrates the hell out of everyone here.
Like that?
Frustrates the hell out of
Yeah, there's a word for it.
Sorry, man.
Frustrate.
wanker.
I'd like to talk
He's
to
a
that
wanker.
guy.
Yeah, we know wankers
Yeah,
are
me
difficult
too.
to communicate with because they're wankers.
There we go.
What do you
Sorry to
expect from
repeat this on
someone
everybody.
who still till this moment can't understand that the triangle that you get from elevation angle is
The
a right
angle. It
triangle?
makes a triangle.
He can't understand that.
Multiply
You
it.
have two
Two.
right triangles.
Two
using
right
Yeah, I went to
triangles.
2 right triangles.
Yeah.
We had one
observe,
a second ago.
the line of sight to the star and the co-altitude, so to form the right angle with the zenith angle.
You've got a rectangle. Like he's making a rectangle with a diagonal and everything on it. Like it's fantastic this. And we do have a saying round here, right? In case anybody's not aware that you can do fuck all with an angle. And you can't save lives with it. You can't make triangles with it. You can't make rectangles with it. But flat earthers, they can do all sorts of stuff.
You can make a rectangle.
Yeah, and they can get really annoyed at people asking questions about things that aren't related to them. I'd say this is a part of like a cognitive dissonance thing. These guys are going to something that wasn't even related to what they were talking about, right? The rotation points. So is this a distraction of the mind? Is it doing it on its own accord? Is this guy helping Nathan out? Don't know. Questions that are never going to be able to be asked to Nathan because it seems like he gets too triggered whenever you ask him anything.
You have the second right angle with the elevation angle with adding.
Oh, he's doing the thing on the screen. You see it?
Degrees. So two right angles, and he still till this day say that no, the triangle that you get from elevation angle is not a right angle.
They might have been
triangle.
talking about that
What do you
earlier.
expect, Nathan?
I don't know. This is it.
So
We've got it on
what kind
screen.
of triangle does? What kind of triangle does he think it is?
Not.
I don't
What,
know.
from an angle?
He
Yeah,
don't
not a
think-
triangle.
Not triangle.
It's only
just an
elevation
angle. Yeah.
It's a not triangle. Exactly.
Angle.
Ooh.
Chocolate.
That was pretty cool. You had it on screen while he was saying that.
I think they seem to have calmed
But it's
down a
on
little bit
screen
now
for
because
my audience's benefit.
because
There's
they're
a
talking
star.
to each other.
Let's say Polaris. Obviously, we won't be using the south one because there isn't one. There's an elevation angle with respect to a plane. That's how it's all measured and dealt with.
Where?
Simple. It can only work on a flat plane or we wouldn't get an angle. That's
Like
why.
on the screen, they do look like curved lines, to be honest.
Certainly do.
I'm not too sure where the plane is. Maybe the vertical plane, perhaps.
Maybe.
I was going to say that yellowy line at the bottom
Definitely curved.
looks curved to me.
Yeah.
And
It
yet
does say-
they've
it
got
does say
right angles
90
there to
here.
curve.
Yeah, 90.
Yeah. I was a bit confused. I was thinking, oh, is it represented on a sphere or something? But obviously not, because you can't get an angle to a curve, obviously.
And there's a circle there. Certainly
Yeah,
there's a
it's
circle.
of equal altitude. Great circle through observer's position and sub point of star. Right, so it's all. This is all here on Nathan Oakley's thing, and he's talking
Oh,
about
it's
it.
a circle.
Yeah,
Great circle, is it?
yeah,
So
great
it is
circle.
an angle
This
to a
one.
curve then.
It is,
This
yeah.
one here, apparently. Well, no, because you're conflating geometries there, aren't you? A great circle
Well,
is
if you
in different type of geometry.
Yeah, but why does Nathan have it on his thing?
Because somebody's given it
Why
to
is
him.
he
He doesn't
showing
know
it
what he's
here?
talking about, does he?
Does he not? Do you think that he looked at this and he sees straight lines there and doesn't see the words great circle? Because that's certainly not a flat Earth thing, right? Flat Earthers don't think there's great circles, do they?
Well, I don't know. Nathan's got a picture of it there. And while he's talking about angles and stuff.
That's what I'm wondering about.
Looks like he's got an angle to a curve there. It does to me. I mean, that
Certainly does.
There's definitely a bendy line there. It says horizon on it as well, so maybe
Neil,
that's the horizon.
Neil said, he got it on the screen as he was talking about it. So Neil seemed to be quite excited about it.
Yeah. I'm glad they've calmed down though, so at least that's over.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
See what else
They've managed to calm him down, haven't they, a bit?
Yeah.
Like they've soothed him a bit. Let's have a look at this angle. That's a triangle. There's two triangles. That's
look
now
at this. Look at this apparently globe Earth picture with great circles talked about and curved lines, and let's be soothed by it because we're flat earthers. This
An angle to a
fucking
curve
amazing.
is one of his housekeeping questions. There it is, Nathan. Well, I don't know why you didn't see it.
On your own slide.
What does the curved line at the top? What's it say on top of that?
Co-altitude. Yeah.
Oh.
Co-altitude.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
It's small.
There we go.
I told him. It can only work on a plane. Here's the example. This is in any navigation book that you'll find.
But this is the example. Is this the example, Nathan? This one? Because that doesn't seem to be a plane, apart from this being a circle, right? Then this circle is a planar figure. Although it seems to be on a curvy bit here. So I'm not too sure whether that's actually a circle, although it says it's a circle, but this has got a curvy bit here, and I'm not too sure whether those things fit together or not.
Yeah, the curvy bits can't be a plane.
It looks like a curved diameter on a circle, which doesn't seem right. That just doesn't fit. But I mean, hey, it's Nathan Oakley. He's a flat earther. You know, they've soothed him with this.
Because this is how it's done. This is how the world's been mapped. The world's been mapped flat. Because it is flat, that's how it's utilised and practically applied in this example, specifically with reference to answering the dick, wanker, arsehole globe believer that's got nothing.
Wow, I mean, look at that.
I thought he had calmed down.
Yeah, I mean, it's still lingering there. Those thoughts are still in his head. They're still there. He can't get them out.
We, victorious flat earthers, show you from a navigation book how Earth's measured flat. That's what we do.
Where?
It's because this is not a debate anymore.
He's showing you.
We just know the truth. Earth is flat. That's how it is measured and dealt with.
They show
you don't have to like it, you globe-believing wankers.
Wow.
You don't have to like it.
Well, you can't accept the measurement.
You probably don't even believe it.
That's the problem.
Do you count it as two if he uses a plural?
It's simultaneously in this.
Oh no.
Minimum, yeah.
Yeah. At least.
Necessitated there, isn't it? That's what I like to take them to. When we're about a latitude system wrapped around your ball. Where's that come from? All right, measuring the same exact process, elevation angles. Yeah, that'll be on a flat plane as depicted in this diagram. That's how Earth's measured.
That's not depicted in the diagram.
See, and again, I don't think the Earth's measured by using latitude things. I mean, the maps are already done. They don't bother with latitudes when they're making the maps. They place the latitudes on the maps after the maps have been made. They go around measuring angles to lights in the sky and putting what they are on the map. Not too sure Nathan actually really understands this, but he is a flat earther, and they are struggling at the minute because Will Duffy's sort of set them an impossible task, really.
Measured flat and then projected spherically from within a ball. Now, we know how Earth gets measured, regardless of how the system's constructed with north and south antipodal flat planes to create a celestial.
There you go. Now, Nathan Oakley offered this up. Just listen to this. If you're a flat earther, or even if you're a globe guy, right, you may never have heard this before, but make note of this.
From within a ball. Now, we know how Earth gets measured, regardless of how the system's constructed with north and south antipodal flat planes to create a celestial.
What?
North and south antipodal flat planes. Now, that may be one of those things that's I forgot what they're called. It's just so much nonsense that your brain can't even comprehend the words. What is that? North and south, antipodal flat planes. Right, forget about the flat bit. North and south, antipodal planes. Like a sandwich, I think it's been described, doesn't it?
Yeah, but that would kind of infer something opposite to each other. In my mind, I'm seeing two faces.
But you're not
opposing
seeing
each other.
You're not seeing like a mirrored thing, are you? When you see antipodal, do you think mirrored?
No, I kind of see slice of bread toasted up, slice of bread toasted down, and I'm not sure if there's a filling.
Yeah.
The faces are facing away from each other. That's how I picture it. Or it's, well, it could be, downstairs, I guess, like on the second floor, ground floor or something.
Yeah. Antipodal planes. I mean, yeah, level bastard. As above, so below, right? One above the other.
Is that what he means?
Yeah. That's what I'd think.
One in the sky, one on the ground. One under the ground.
Yeah, but one...
Don't know.
It's north and south, though, right? North and south, antipodal.
Yeah, well, that's what got me thinking that they were facing outwards from each other. One to the north facing and one to south facing. Wherever south is, of course. I mean, the tricky thing is, the position of south on the flat Earth could cause more complications in your mind of how, where south would be, really. But anyway, yeah.
We've heard it before. Nathan Oakley has mentioned this. I heard it when he did the meetup. He did a presentation at a Flat Earth Social in the UK with forget the guy.
Ian Leahy.
Ian Leahy, yeah. So Nathan went down and did a presentation, and this was the first time I ever heard Nathan talking about antipodal planes. So it's something that he's had in his concept of flat Earth for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, as a little aside, Ian Leahy did appear on the top OG flat Earthers meetup. So he's prominent in somebody's world. So
yeah, I mean, I don't know how many people have noticed or even heard of antipodal planes before, the north and south antipodal planes of flat Earth.
Well, flat Earthers must have heard of it. I mean, surely must be a common terminology. I mean, I haven't heard it.
Yeah, you'd have thought some of the flat Earth debate crew, Brian's Logic, QE, Adam Meakin, some of those, Neil.
Yeah, I wonder if it's something they kind of keep in an inner circle or something. It's their trump card or something. I don't know.
Keeping it a bit of a secret. Yeah. Anyway, thank you very much, gods. All to everybody that got a member. Elder Bear, you got a member.
Did Nathan get a member?
No, I don't think Death got a member.
No, but Flat Earth Dave did.
Yeah.
I think Nathan's got enough members of his own.
Should come over and have a conversation.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, gods. And those people may thank you. Some of them they may not.
Sphere. Notice how quickly I can summarise it too. Yeah, we know how Earth gets measured flat. What about the ball-believing dickhead that asked me how it would be facilitated when it's the only way possible? What about him?
The only way
he's had
possible.
to be shut up and shut down.
The only way possible. Is that the antipodal planes is the only way possible, or the measuring flat and generating a rectangle, two triangles from measuring one angle? Magic.
I don't know that you could tell.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's
I
all
don't know whether
conflated
we
at
can
this
ask
point.
him a question either. He's banned me, so I know
Pretty sure
I
not.
can't ask him
Yeah.
that question. And I wouldn't like to put other people in danger, asking them to ask him the questions, but somebody should be. I hope they're chatting in the rooms about this sort of stuff.
Maybe you can all appeal to how this server that I don't own is my mute button. No, he was a wanker, a globe believer, just like you. I'm
please
talking
don't
to you,
swear.
audience member. Yeah, you.
He didn't appear to
You
be a
going,
wanker
How
to
could
me.
you be talking to me on the other side of my iPad? No, I am. I'm addressing you directly, you globe-believing wanker. You've got nothing,
Look,
you audience.
look at
Shut
this.
down. Maybe you can all appeal to how this server that I don't own
What's this?
is my mute button. No, he was a wanker, a globe believer, just like you. I'm talking to you, audience member.
He's talking to you, audience member. Nathan,
Address
that's
which
who
one?
Nathan Oakley's talking to now. You, the audience member. This is his own audience.
But for somebody who has a knowing of flat Earth, and you'd think that he would be welcoming new people into the fold instead of isolating them. I mean, you're unlikely to want to go join up after you've just been called a wanker, and you haven't quite got your head together about what you might think possibly. I mean, if it's a bit of a dying group, then they're going to want new members. I can't see this is going to be a very good form of enrollment, really.
Well, what we've noticed, I mean, we have noticed this a fair bit, but what they like to try and do within this arena is they try to antagonize people, and that brings them in, right? I don't know whether Nathan Oakley's sort of trying to antagonize his viewers to come in to give him some content, because I mean, look at this. I mean, how long he's gone? 10 minutes at least on a rant from a guy that's asked one question. So he's got generated himself 10 minutes content of some sort of a tirade about an angle and a triangle that was never mentioned. And now he's going to end up with this message to his audience.
Yeah, you. You're going, me? How could you be talking to me on the other side of my iPad? No, I am. I'm addressing you directly, you globe-believing wanker. You've got...
It's just called you a globe-believing wanker? That's like his audience members. This is Nathan Oakley addressing his own audience.
Nothing. That's why you hate me. Because I've got everything. That's proof. When I say everything...
I don't hate you, Nathan. I mean, I don't, I sort of feel sorry for him, to be honest. If we could have a conversation about it, I'm pretty sure we could sort out of quite a few of these issues. But it does seem like he's a little bit tricky to communicate with. I can't see him unbanning us, to be honest.
Everything, I mean everything that proves Earth's flat. Every measurement of Earth that proves it. Yeah? That's why you despise me.
I can't not laugh at that. Do you want to do that again? That's why you despise me.
Has he been going through his mailbag and he's got lots of letters? He realises he's got a big pile sack full in the corner of people saying, dear Nathan Oakley, I hate you. So he knows that he's hated by all these people. They write into the show. They don't seem to be doing that in his chat, I noticed, so there's no evidence of it there.
We don't hate you, Nathan. Hate's a really strong thing. Most of us are, Paul.
Godzilla has posited the notion that Nathan's just acting. I think we ought to get into that a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. We'll do this for a little bit longer.
Hate me, because I've got everything. That's proof. When I say everything, I mean everything that proves Earth's flat. Every measurement of Earth that proves it. Yeah? That's why you despise me.
That's why you despise me.
That's why you behave like a wanker when you encounter me. Like that dickhead did. You can't acknowledge the facts of the matter when you're asking me what you think is a clever question. How'd you get measured flat on a flat Earth? Well, flat, like it gets measured on a flat Earth because it's flat. Well, that's not flat. You haven't explained it.
It's changed now.
Wanker. Get lost, wanker. That's the best you've got.
I think it might be because they have an explanation for how not curved it is. They think we need to explain how flat it's measured.
It was 2 points of rotation.
To
bring you back to the
still,
question.
they don't want to talk about that,
instance,
do
and
they?
how locally flat
They can't talk
the
about
globe believing dickhead wankers, can measure it to affirm their sphere belief after measuring Earth necessitates.
See, it's nothing about measuring it. It was the 2 points of rotation. Will Duffy's a genius, right? Because he's exposed something that goes on in the minds of these people. People like Nathan Oakley cannot address this issue that Will Duffy's put right in front of them. And they've seen what happens to Jaren. And I think Nathan's, whether Nathan knows about what's going on or not, I don't know. Whether this is just a mental issue that he's not actually in control of.
Rated flat because that's how it's measured. But that's okay, it's only local.
And might I add,
That's the old okie doke though. Sorry, dude. That's the old. That's the old okie doke, right? Because John, you said they have an explanation for why it's not flat. Well, that's where we're supposed to be like, oh, no, but it's supposed to be curved. That's what it is, right? Right?
What's going on here? I don't know.
We're not doing that anymore.
I don't even know what an okie doke is.
Yeah.
Even the 8 and 10-year-old, which I speak on behalf of my children. I said,
he's not about children. Don't bring your children.
Pre-recording, going through this with another blurf, and I explained to them because they wanted to know exactly what he was saying in detail. I said, well, let's say
what?
His children are 8 and 10, did he say?
Yeah, and he went over a Nathan Oakley conversation with his children, and they wanted to know what he was saying.
Yeah, well, that's good. Good he chose somebody who's got clean content with no swearing or anything.
Yeah, what's a wanker, Daddy? Come on, don't bring your kids into this. Please. This should be really for adults only, right? Leave the kids out of it.
Measured from our house to the school, which is about a quarter of a mile, and it was all flat. They consider that just locally flat, and they'll say no, but the rest of it got to be.
It was all flat.
Measured from the school,
really,
to the Home Depot, which is about 3.84 miles.
A quarter of a mile, completely flat.
From the school to the Home Depot. I mean,
he did say Home Depot.
He did, yeah.
So there would be an 1/8 of an inch drop from his house.
Yeah,
from his house. Yeah, so it's pretty flat, but 1/8 of an inch is measurable, of course.
Yeah. But I find that hard to believe that it's that flat. I mean, where does he live? I mean, I live in Texas, and it's not very. I mean, there's not very many hills and stuff like that. Certainly no mountains where I am at. But really, it's that flat over a quarter of a mile where he lives? Holy crap! That's weird.
Scorpio says it's not Nathan Oakley, but Nathan Mutley. He's not. Well, I don't know whether the other guy's been muted or whether he's just sort of sat back for a bit, stunned at the answer of where it's gone.
Yeah, I don't know either because we can't see if the mic is red.
I think he's just left
we can't
it
see
a
if
bit
he's
over.
server muted.
And they say no, but that's only from there. That's locally now. No. Further on the skirt, and then so on and so on.
But the miles themselves, are linear.
Thank you. I said, son, so if you took 17 measurements from 17 different landmarks, and all of them were flat, what does that give you? They all said at the same time. Now, I kid you not. On my family's grave, my parents' grave, flat. They get it. They understand. It's not
his
something.
Parents' grave.
17. If you measure 17 flats, what do you get? Kids, what do you get when you add 17 flats together? Skyscraper. Apartment complex.
It's common sense.
So
which blurs black.
we've been trained to whistle past the graveyard. So we'll describe how curvy the surface could be after utilising things like distance, what linear and flat by nature of the miles or kilometres that you're utilising. You're going to describe how the linear distance measured across a plane curves after mathematising it. No, the distance you measured was flat. Any drop...
Did he say a plane curves? Sorry, I mean, let's go back. I mean,
I don't know.
I think he might have done. You.
The linear distance measured across a plane curves after mathematics.
Yeah, plane curves. Like, are you sure, Nathan? Like, I don't know what he's talking about. Planes don't curve, Nathan.
Mathematising it. No, the distance
well,
you
his
measured
previous
was flat.
picture did, though.
Any drop over that distance will be described with respect to horizontal, with curves of the hills that are described in terms of their altitude with respect to sea level. That's a flat plane also. Everything's always measured flat. Doesn't matter what you do.
Nathan, sea level is not a plane. It's a vertical measurement. I don't know how many times we have to tell them this.
I know. Well, we should probably say it again. It's a point on a vertical datum, and it's not the same everywhere. Repeat, not the same everywhere.
The sea level goes up and down.
Exactly. The zero reference that is represented by sea level in England is not the same zero reference that's sea level referenced in North America. It's not the same. So I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
Yeah, and that goes to any flat earthers as well. Don't rely on somebody like Nathan Oakley to tell you something that just isn't. It's gone quiet.
So yeah, roll out the wankers to waste our time.
What?
Roll out the wankers.
It's like, does he want them there, like on display or something?
Maybe.
What's going on?
Like a chorus line.
Yeah.
Roll them out like a chorus line. Roll out the wankers.
And all you surveyors are blasphemers for trying to lie and not trying to convolute you.
Surveyors are blasphemers?
Yeah, this is where we get into the religious stuff, don't we?
Weird stuff.
The religion you never knew you had. The flat earth religion you never knew you had.
Because blasphemy is like something to do with a religion, right?
Yes.
And surveyors, I don't think there's a religious group of surveyors or anything. That's just a profession. Yeah.
Yeah.
So how would they become blasphemers?
Well, if they'd say anything against the flat earth.
But that would make the flat earth the religion, wouldn't it?
Indeed.
Right, so he does sort of think of the flat earth as like a religious sect.
Yes.
Yeah, they get thrown to the horizontal lions.
Horizontal lions, I love it.
Crazy.
Quite clever.
Your topographical variations upon your surveys, along with the majority of it being leveled and horizontal. You're a blasphemer lion. You're not tricked into thinking that. You just bound by the narrative. That's the general narrative. Never.
What the fuck is this guy talking? This is just shit. D-Rose, stop talking shit.
Concede. That's why you lie.
Who lies?
They just missed the dancing bear, man. That's all it is.
Yeah, this is goes out to all the practical workers and skilled guys and women with skills. You know, if you can measure something, if you're a surveyor, builder, carpenter, anything in construction, you are now officially a blasphemer.
A blasphemer towards the flat earth religion.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know how. Probably because they measure the earth not flat. And that's a problem for flat earthers.
They They've missed the plane they're using. They've it's been so common in everything we've ever done that it's been ignored instead of respected.
What?
Yeah, and that disrespect of the plane that people utilise after measuring it flat, they'll say that they've calculated a ball with that measurement of flatness that they've disrespected. I'm not going to tolerate it anymore. No, you don't get to use that. No.
Don't disrespect the plane. Right, Nathan Oakley's had enough.
You don't get to use our flat Earth measurement to start talking about how Earth could be not flat. Because that's what we got earlier from Hayuka. How does this process of measuring Earth flat work on a flat Earth? That's the question that he essentially asked me. That's why I got immediately annoyed with him. How dare you ask me how, when measuring Earth flat, that can work on a flat Earth? That's irritating. Very, very irritating.
That's not what he said, though.
More annoying than asking you about the 2 points.
Not what he asked at all.
He asked you about.
That's the only thing he asked, Chocolate.
Yeah.
He asked me about 2 points in the sky and how they can work on a flat plane. I explain how the 2 points in the sky would be only ever measured with respect to a flat plane. He then asked me what points I'm talking about.
He did say antipodal, right? I mean,
that's what you got.
To be fair enough, Nathan did say antipodal, but he's not telling these people that now. He's, you know, his own panel. He's being like dishonest, but does he know what he was talking about? Really?
Wow. How does this Ferrari do 0 to 60 in 3 seconds? Well, you put your foot on the gas in the Ferrari and it goes 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. What's a Ferrari? Wanker, we sat in one. What's a Ferrari?
Yeah, basically.
That was a good one. I'm over here laughing. I'm doing housework, but what's a Ferrari? But we sat in. What's a Ferrari? A car. Well, could you define a car? An automobile. Could you? It's like, when do you?
Getting off topic.
Come on.
A bit.
But that's stupid though.
I'm glad they seem to calm down again though.
So the Ferrari might have calmed them down.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine a child playing with a little car and the vroom.
Okay.
So in this interim period during daylight savings transition, do we get more alert Americans or less alert Americans? Have they been awake an hour, or are they just getting up where they wouldn't have been?
I would have been awake either way.
Not helpful.
I know.
Are you, well, at this point in the day, have you been awake longer than you would typically? I mean, this matters not in a week or two, but, you know, it's nice to know. More sharp? Have they been awake longer?
Yeah.
This is more calming to
the Americans at their best then. We had the Australians when we first joined the politics server earlier today at their worst because they're just phasing out and fizzling out at 1 a.m.
Australians at the worst.
But you guys...
I wouldn't say that morning time is America's best. Morning time's sort of...
Aoka's lighting up again.
They're just Americans.
It's alright. You guys can still taste the
This
toothpaste,
might not
right?
be good.
Hey.
Hello.
I was talking to these guys in the chat. You just said something like antipodal flat Earth. What do you mean that?
No, what I said was the north and south system gets sandwiched at antipodal to create the celestial sphere with respect to 2 planes, north and south planes, that get sandwiched antipodal. And then that creates the celestial sphere.
Right, so... the antipodal planes get sandwiched. That's the flat Earth antipodal planes.
Yeah, but to create the celestial sphere.
Well, isn't the celestial sphere what they use for making their measurements of the Nathan Oakley in particular uses the angle measurements to the lights in the sky on the celestial sphere. So therefore those antipodal planes must be measured from the antipodal planes.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's saying they're defined from the celestial objects, but somehow they make themselves because of that. But then they also said that they've measured the sky flat. I don't know how it can be flat and spherical, and what they get what creates the antipodal planes is the stars in the sky, but they then create the celestial sphere. That they're not that until they are that. That's confusing how that all works.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's antipodal planes. I mean, he's sort of verifying it there, isn't he? Like, but is he talking about his flat Earth? Or is he talking about somebody else's idea of what they do with the flat Earth stuff? And I don't know. Hopefully this Heyoka, right, is trying to get to that. Because there are two different points of rotation. The sun circles are in different positions. There we go.
With respect to two planes, do you understand?
I don't understand that. We go back again. Give him the benefit of the doubt. See if anybody
like
does.
Antipodal flat Earth. What do you mean that?
Here we go.
No, what I said was the north and south system gets sandwiched antipodal to create the celestial sphere with respect to two planes, north and south planes, that get sandwiched antipodal, and then that creates the celestial sphere with respect to two planes. Do you understand?
I don't really understand antipodal planes sandwiched together. I don't. But I think I might be one of those people that would want to ask Nathan a question as to, like, exactly what does that mean? It does sound like nonsense.
It's got to be on Dave's app somewhere. Must be somewhere you can search for a video or something about this.
Well, you would have
Surely.
thought that this has been explained by Nathan Oakley, right? At some point.
Yeah.
In the 10 years that Nathan Oakley's been going, this antipodal plane thing must have been discussed by the Flat Earth debate crew somewhere. But, I mean, I've never really heard of it before and still can't comprehend what he's talking about and how that would relate to his flat Earth and his measuring the flat Earth. I don't get it. I really don't.
How they sandwiched together.
Do you understand that we are describing these stars with respect to planes or not?
Oh, well, I know that Polaris is one of them.
Is that a yes? You understand that Polaris would form a North Pole-centric system that's measured with respect to it? He's going to talk through me, arsehole, wanker. Try again, third time. Why am I doing it 3 times? Let's just put him on mute, server operators, and I'll ask the rest of them.
Put him on mute.
Does everybody understand what I've just described? Polaris at the north with respect to a plane. Now, I've gone through it with that wanker 3 fucking times.
Wow. That. You could hear the venom in that extra swear word there. That was a little bit too much there. There's an anger in his voice coming out there.
Why? He has everything. He said a minute ago he has everything.
Yeah, you're jealous. Yeah. Well, it'd be interesting now to see who pipes up in support. Does everybody understand? Yeah, this is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, is he going to acknowledge, just like last time, that, yeah, we're describing stuff measured with respect to a plane, North Pole-centric, and another plane, South Pole-centric, that then get sandwiched antipodal. But they're planes!
Yeah, I'm still not too sure. They get sandwiched antipodal. Anyone in the chat ever heard of antipodal plane flat Earth model?
No.
With 2 points of rotation, antipodal?
No.
Were any of you guys in the YouTubes ever heard of this? Because this might be new. I mean, flat earthers need something, right? And this seems like the Oakley model to deal with Will Duffy's 2 points of rotation. Maybe he could go on and have a word with Jaren about it. I wonder whether he's going to put it in the book. Wonder whether the antipodal plane model has made it into the all roads lead to flat Earth. You'd hope so, wouldn't you? Could have a
if he's known about it
for
for 10 years or something, it ought to be in the book. Though I've never heard it as a housekeeping question or any kind of version of that. So, but yeah, I mean, the ultimate reference book for flat Earth has got to be in there. Got to. I mean, this is esoteric stuff.
Yeah,
it's
he's
like
obviously passionate about it.
Yeah, it's like revealing something sacred, almost. Because some of those things, they're quite hard to understand, aren't they? So maybe there is something in this that's beyond understanding, almost.
Yeah, it may take years of research, like 10 years or whatever, or giving up some sort of belief about something in order for you to gain this antipodal plane knowledge of the
33 degree stuff, I reckon.
I would think so, yeah.
Yeah, obviously, the guys on the bottom keep cleaning the windows and polishing the floors, and they be aware of this kind of stuff.
That we're fucking measuring. Now, did Hayuka acknowledge it? Maybe it's because I wasn't clear enough in the 5th time that I went through it this time, as I'm foaming at the mouth with irritation. Did anybody not understand?
He's foaming at the mouth because he said, did you say antipodal planes? Because that was the second question. He does seem to react really strangely to questions. Like, really strangely.
Just went through. Because Hayuka, wanker. Because that's all you can do, Globe Believers. I'm addressing you behind the iPad screen. You watching on your telly. You watching on your smartphone. You, Globe Believing wanker. This is all you.
He's addressing his audience.
Well,
yeah, second time.
Yeah, I mean, he did call out. Does anybody else not understand this? And nobody's called out in the Discord so far. Perhaps he was hoping his audience might. But I mean, if you've just been called a wanker, you're unlikely to come out in support of him, are you? I don't know. I'm still waiting to hear
his audience.
Yeah, I'm just maybe Refracted will come in because he's his favourite. He must come in with something to support him on this and say, give a bit of clarification.
Yeah,
Neil, maybe.
It might be that he knows. He might know that most of his audience are actually Globers, right? Maybe.
Is my mic?
Is that Rob?
Maybe.
It's okay.
Yeah, just a little bit. Rob, it's a little bit. Oh, yeah, you're in and out. Sorry, Rob.
Is that any better?
Mic.
Yeah.
Sounds like you were in a pile of maple leaves.
No, I got really crappy Bluetooth headsets. I just wanted to ask, have any of you actually seen the end of this show already, or no?
Yes.
Okay, I only caught like the last 10 minutes of this show, and and it was really strange. The last thing that John Refracted Curvature says, I almost thought they were complimenting you, but
me.
This last half an hour that I've been listening to sounds just vitriolic.
Yeah.
Oh well.
I don't know. It's strange. Wait until you hear the very last statement from John Refracted Curvature. I almost thought they were all complimenting you, but this is weird. I can't wait till we get to the end.
Yeah, Rob, I mean, you're, seems to me, probably one of the oldest flat earthers around. Been around a long time.
He's not that old.
Age.
He's been around
Not
in
age.
this arena
Not age,
for a while.
but in times of time served, if you like. Have you ever heard of this antipodal planes sandwiched together? Sorry?
I have no idea what he's talking about.
Okay, so you haven't come across it in all your time and all the people you've listened to and spoken to in your many years of devotion.
If that's the case, because Rob's been around for a long time.
Wait, can I? I just find it strange that you would use the word devotion.
Well, you're passionate. You're passionate, aren't you?
He's just addicted to listening to people talking shit, I think.
And Rob's been around for a long time, which makes me wonder if this is something, this antipodal flat planes thing, creating a celestial fear, is something since Duffy's
maybe
situation.
Yeah, it's some sort of cope.
No, this has been going before, like I say. I heard it when Nathan did his presentation at the Flat Earth Social, and that was before Will Duffy took these guys.
That was back in April of last year. I'd heard it before that. I have heard him say that before that too. So, yeah.
Well, we got a little bit longer.
You'd be capable of, yeah? Simon, Dan, Craig fight the flat Earth. Dave thinks he's a professor. That's all you'd be capable of too. The best of you could just become a wanker in my presence. When I tell you...
Wow, I mean, does he require that? Is that like dancing for Simon Dan? Like wanking for Oakley? Does he always ask people to do that? How many people have ever been asked that? Have you ever been to a meet-up with Nathan Oakley? Has he ever asked you to do any strange things in his presence?
Practice with my dildo. Show me what you got.
That's coming in a bit. It's coming in a
use
bit.
My microphone.
How Earth gets measured flat. This wanker's just had his second attempt to ask me about the antipodal systems that are mathematised from flat plane measurements at the north and south. Did he acknowledge it? Did he? Bollocks!
He has got flat plane, right? He's got the pleonasm in there, but he's got two planes, north and south, and they're the ones that are sandwiched antipodal. Can't deny it. This is what he's been doing.
Can't. All you can do is get me frustrated with how little you can acknowledge. That's all you can do, wankers.
It's all you can do is get Nathan frustrated by asking him a question and then asking him another question about something that he said that's a little bit weird that I've never really heard before. Still can't quite comprehend. Ask him a question about it. He'll get frustrated even more, foaming at the mouth. Weird.
Yeah, I'm quite intrigued because I've heard him say that over some time, and kind of intriguing that nobody else, flat earthers haven't picked up on it, and it makes me wonder whether there's a lot of stuff that goes by that nobody really, takes on board and really understands what's being said. And then maybe they just get the talking points, but don't listen to what's actually being said and wonder, or it doesn't paint a picture in their head that they can kind of, they understand fully as you go along. I mean, we do miss things. We are in a hurry, and there's, then you hear something later and you go, oh God, how did I miss that? But, after so long of time, that I would have thought people would have picked up on it and would be saying it too. Like, the Earth is measured flat. You hear it everywhere, in the flat Earth world. So, but this isn't something I've heard repeated at all.
No,
kind of interesting.
You are wondering, like, if people aren't hearing it, is anybody actually listening to Nathan? Like, I know that, Nathan doesn't really have anything to say, and he relies on the things he gets off other people. But does that really mean that nobody's listening to whatever he says? I mean, that doesn't look good for his books, does it? He's like, how many books is he going to sell if nobody's actually listening to what he says anyway? I mean, how can he be the authority on flat Earth debate and making a book, being the author of the ultimate flat Earth guide, if nobody listens to what he's saying? Or even can comprehend what he's saying?
Yeah, I wonder if people will buy it as like a vanity thing, like a t-shirt or a hat or something, just to put on the shelf and maybe never read it, but they've got one. It's there. It's
the ultimate flat Earth research book.
Yeah, but it's pristine. Never, none of the pages have been, opened and.
But isn't it just tell people it's measured flat and then shout at them for any questions that they reply back to you with? That seems to be the way that this goes.
Yeah, I mean, it'll probably say the Earth is measured flat with latitude. If you want to know any more, fuck off. The glossary's at the back page.
Yeah.
Right. So he didn't acknowledge it, but we all understood it. I think some people, and maybe if you...
We all understood it. Who's that suck up there?
Is that chocolate, Elijah, or D-Rose?
I don't think it's D-Rose. I think it might be Elijah.
Is it Elijah?
Yeah, I think it is.
Well, Elijah was also one who said that there were 2 points of rotation. He's always known it, and he didn't understand why nobody got it in that discussion with Mighty Mush.
Yeah.
And Elijah was, came in and kind of berated Mighty Mush that, how he couldn't see it. I just don't get how you can't see it. We've always known there were 2 points of rotation.
Antipodal planes. I mean,
you're in the audience,
they've been keeping stuff to themselves.
When you hear what Nathan is saying, you got to focus on two things. One,
might be confused.
That there is a measurement and a system created from this measurement. That's number one.
That's a measurement.
Two, the description. Don't confuse the description with reality, because when you do, that is what reification is.
Right. So don't confuse the description with reality. Nathan's description?
So it's not flat then?
It's not antipodal. When Nathan says antipodal, don't confuse that with reality.
I don't know.
With your understanding
I'm totally,
of antipodal.
Totally confused.
It doesn't make any sense, does it? And anytime anybody tries to say this, like, don't do that because that's a reification. I don't know. Don't know whether they actually know what the words mean. I don't want to confuse people, but this is nonsense, what they're talking right now. I don't think anybody can comprehend it. And they're always going to have troubles trying to explain this.
And that's why we have this problem. When it comes to projections, globes, flat planes with domes, all of this stuff, when you take a description or something that's meant for one thing, like something abstract, and treat it as concretely real, that is the fallacy of reification. Learn it, and understand how not to do it.
What?
You can't be talking about how the Earth's actually not flat.
Is he talking to Nathan when he's saying that?
I don't know. That's why. Could you just go back 10 seconds? Just 10.
I'll do 20 because I think he talks pretty slow.
Flat planes with domes, all of this stuff. When you take a description or something that's meant for one thing, like something abstract, and treat it as concretely real, that is the fallacy of reification. Learn it and understand how not to do it.
Wow.
Understand how that takes a bit of unpacking, that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Learn it, understand it, how not to do it.
It didn't paint a clear picture in my mind when he said it. I still don't know what he meant.
Yeah.
With the jumble of words that, I understand some of the words, but
I'm still trying to relate it to antipodal planes and how the reification of a description isn't to be taken because it's an abstract. I mean, it's definitely abstract, right? It's that abstract. I can't get it there. I can't picture it.
Yeah, it sounds like the antipodal flat plane thing that people haven't heard. It's something somebody would say. It sounds a bit official. Sounds as though people are being put in their place. Don't cross the line. And so if you don't quite understand it, you don't, you think, oh, better not ask that question. I've got to, look at it some other way. It doesn't really say anything, but it kind of issues some edict of authority somehow, just because, I don't know, maybe Elijah has some position.
Yeah, and it's what Nathan's doing. Like a lesson to people to not ask questions, because this guy Heyoka, right? He's not getting to ask many questions, and the reply that's coming back is a bit vitriolic, right? It's not.
Yeah.
It's not inducive to the conversation. It seems like Nathan wants to shut these questions down, and Big Flurf Daddy, the guy that just talked, seems to be backing Nathan up as well, right? With throwing an extra bit of confusion in there onto the people that are wanting to sit back. I don't know.
That's an incredible title to give yourself, isn't it? Big Flurf Daddy. I mean, gee.
Yeah.
It's like a pimp or something.
Don't forget he has the little squirt emoji as well on the end.
Does he? No way.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Dear.
Wow. That's
He's
even
in his
worse.
leopard skin suit. He's a bit like Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, take in mind what Nathan keeps talking about as well. I mean, there's a lot of this globe gangster stuff that goes on round here. It's weird.
Yeah, but his purpose in this forum isn't to learn what reification is, or to employ it less often, or acknowledge a single smoking word. His only purpose is to dodge and dive and duck. That's it.
Not really. He said, ask the question.
It's interesting, though, that all of their questions are dependent upon that selection.
He's trying again.
He's trying again.
Sorry, the plane of reference that is Earth that we're measuring, Hyuka. You understand? Yes? That's temporal.
Polaris is the first.
You stuttering wanker.
Equator.
Stuttering wanker. Just say yes. Yes, we're measuring Polaris with respect to a plane. You understand, yes?
To the equator. Just to...
With respect to a plane, the equator's derived from the Polaris minimum that's also a plane. At its maximum, you've got the equator. That's the edge of the plane that's measured with Polaris. So this is...
The edge of the plane. Where's the edge of a plane?
There's no such thing if it's a plane.
The edge of flat Earth.
The edge. The flat Earth edge. The cutting edge. That's where he is. There you go.
The
cutting edge of the flat Earth plane is. Let me go back again, because we are groundbreaking stuff here with
We're
Nathan.
getting there now, I think.
Yeah.
Just to
With respect to a plane, the equator's derived from the Polaris minimum that's also a plane. At its maximum, you've got the equator. That's the edge of the plane that's measured with Polaris.
So the equator is the edge of the plane that's measured with Polaris. So that must be the north plane. Right? Are we all okay on that? That does sound like a sensible thing to say. That Nathan has a north plane of rotation that has an edge about the equator. Good? Good? By Nathan's own words.
Can I just say one thing?
Yeah.
So he's at the equator and he's looking at Polaris from the equator.
Yeah.
And he just turns his back 180 degrees. Shouldn't you see the southern point of rotation on the same plane of the sky, they call it? I'm still confused myself.
Don't know. He's got the edge of the plane there, though.
Yeah, but if you just turn around and point your stuff 180 degrees, wouldn't you see the south celestial pole?
What, beyond the edge?
Yeah, beyond the edge that you're standing on.
But then, you got one, the one from Polaris or the North Pole to the equator. You've got a circle with concentric circles of latitude, and then if you have another celestial pole that radiates out concentric circles, then you've got two opposing sets of circles meeting each other someplace. But I thought latitude came from Polaris and radiated out from Polaris.
That's his flat Earth proof, right, Rob?
Yeah.
Nathan Oakley's flat Earth proof is measuring an angle to the Polaris, right? I mean, you've heard him say that.
Then he said that didn't exist to south a little while ago.
With the antipodal planes.
Yeah.
So we don't know how to get to that south. I mean, it's pretty convoluted. How do you get from one plane to the other?
Fall down a gap between them somewhere where they don't meet. Two intersecting circles. It's
like a Vesica Pisces, but I mean, then you've got overlapping.
Yep. Which means you would be able to see Polaris into the overlap of. There must be a space where you can just see it over the equator or something. Equally, then this side of the equator you can see the other point. And that's how they overlap, or they butt up against each other like two circles.
Don't be giving them ideas, right? I mean, they've already got this sorted. You're just trying to. You're coming at it new and fresh, right? I mean, these guys have already got it sorted. It sounds crazy to me. I mean, I don't know. I've only just heard of it. And I'm trying to work out from what little we've got of somebody asking him questions about what seems to be nonsense.
Rob, how have you seen it before? I mean, you've just come up with that idea that you should be able to see this other celestial pole. How have you seen it up to now so far?
Yeah, so like I said, I was still kind of confused because if you stand at the equator, you can see Polaris. Yes or no?
It should be on a 0, I think, he says. And you shouldn't use 15 degrees on the thing. But, I think Nathan's taking it as though it's a 0 measurement.
Right. So wouldn't if you turn around 180, if the Earth is this sphere, you'd see the southern point at 0.
Well, if it was a flat circle, if that's what you mean. I mean, that's what's depicted is a flat, measured flat circle.
Yeah, Rob, are you trying to work out what a globe is? Because I don't think that's what Nathan's doing. I don't think that's what's being asked. I think Nathan Oakley's being asked about the flat Earth thing that he has, not the globe.
Yeah, he's not talking about globe at all.
No.
Yeah, I don't understand it from a flat Earth perspective. I don't try to make sense of the sky.
Because where is the south celestial pole? From which part of the equator? Which part of the circle of the equator would you be able to see the south celestial pole if it's further out on a flat plane?
I have
Where would you need to be standing? I know all parts are south. Anywhere you stand on the circumference is south on the flat Earth, even if it's east and west.
Right, I think we'll have a little bit of a break. I need to pop the kettle on. So let me change these screens. Oh. And you guys, I'll change the thing for you. Change windows. This is the burning
the
question.
intermission.
The burning question of right, there we go. Okay.
I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel...
We're married. We're allowed to own dildos.
You wouldn't be so stupid to have videos where dildos are in the picture, would you?
Why do you have dildos in the background?
You're obsessed with dildos.
We don't see that dildos.
I'm sorry, I've got a good sex life.
Giant dicks or butt plug up my arsehole. If you take this dildo, talking about dildos, I think that's a cultural thing. Stick your tongue up my arsehole. Now I'm asking you to do it again. You jam your tongue up my ass and tell me how wonderful it is eating with a dildo. Suck a cock.
Hey, what the fuck? You pathetic piece of shit.
Why you got so many dildos, nigga? What? Yo, open the drawer, open the closet. Why your whole crib look like a freak shop deposit? Walked in, took one step, tripped. Goddamn, got a dildo on my hip. Whole damn room like an aisle in the store. Why the fuck you got a warehouse or more? Nightstand look like a war zone scene. Pink ones, black ones, shit, even lime green. Waterproof, Bluetooth, USB-C. Bro, why your dildo got an LCD? Check the couch, check the fridge. Bitch, got a stash in the laundry bin. Try to charge my phone, but I pulled the wrong cord. Bitch, how the fuck your plug say vibrate mode?
Hey, bro, I gotta ask.
Why you got so many dildos?
That's what it looks like. And I think most of them do look like penises.
Why you got so many dildos?
So having a giant penis dangling in front of you
Why
is
you
kind
got
of
so
distracting.
many dildos?
The flat Earth debate.
Why you got so many dildos?
I mean, I occasionally suck a cock.
Why you got so many dildos?
Not that often. Why?
Bam.
Why you got so many dildos?
That's what it looks like. And I think most of them do look like
Why
penises.
you got so many
The flat Earth
dildos?
debate. So having a giant penis dangling
Why
in
you
front
got
of
so
you is
many
kind of
dildos?
distracting.
Why you got so many dildos?
Suck a cock. Why?
Why you got so many dildos?
Having a giant penis dangling in front of you is
Bitch,
kind
what
of
the fuck is this load?
right in front of your face. The flat Earth debate.
You got a factory mode. Why you got so many dildos? Why you got so many dildos? Every damn circus stay all over the place. Suction cup, one stuck dead on your face. Why you got so many dildos? Why you got so many dildos? Giant ass box need a U-Haul trip. Bro, you got one with a microchip.
That was funny.
A word from our sponsors. That's the burning question that people need to be asking Nathan Oakley, obviously. It could probably get better reaction.
At any opportunity.
Yeah. I mean, forget about antipodal planes. You're only going to get, like, abuse or whatever. I mean, keep it real. That's the gang flat Earth debate. Right, where we go back to the it's back to our previous programming.
There was a big drain on the electrical system then when everybody went to fill, make a cup of tea in the intermission.
I got a bit of that from our friend
QNF, was it?
QNF, yeah, the beginning bit, the dildos bit. But
Very
the rest
funny.
of the music and all of that was derived from On the Level. It's true though. I mean, like, I don't know why he has so many. It may show, you know, the some of the words that he's using and the things that are on his mind, mainly. Right, so we go back to the equator, obviously. Here we go.
Flowers. So this is now the third attempt. Hayuka, you wanker, you globe-believing pathetic numpty that's got nothing.
See, now, when people do that sort of stuff, it's like they're trying to antagonise. It's like they're shutting down the conversation. It's obvious that Nathan, I don't think he can actually answer what's going on. So this is how he's...
It's a plane we're measuring with Polaris, though, isn't it? Third attempt. Wanker.
What do you use?
Why are you asking me something, you total wanker? Fourth attempt, shut him up. I don't want to get irritated. Why have I got to raise my voice to this wanker? He's not acknowledged a single thing I've said. Wanker, why should I have to deal with this? I've done it 3 times. Why? No, wanker. You see, I don't own this server, but with total justification, you're being shut down like the wanker you are. Again, I'm going to address the people watching this who believe in a globe. You are metaphorically represented by this wanker, because you...
See, he's doing it again. He's addressing his audience. I'm not so sure that's how you do
your stream paused.
Pardon?
Your stream's paused for me.
Is it?
Yeah, I don't know why.
I'm a globe, you are.
You also, man and woman watching...
So,
might be my end.
Looks like it's working okay here. Is that all right for everybody else? Is it still
Same for me, so I can't see it. Stream pause, it says.
Oh, right. Oh, in Discord.
Yeah, round and round. In Discord, yeah.
Okay. Is that better for you guys?
You
are.
I can see now, but I don't hear any sound. Oh, there we go. We're good.
Yeah. Good. Are we back? Okay.
Globe believer, wanker, yeah, that's you. I'm talking to you, because that's all you'd be capable of doing. Yeah? You tell me about how are we going to measure Earth flat with this flat Earth measurement? I tell you how it's a flat Earth measurement, and then we go round and round in circles with you.
The Muppet voice as well. It's always good when they bring the Muppet voice out. Works well in debate scenarios.
Failing to acknowledge the facts of how Earth is measured flat in this instance. Now you can start hijacking those flat Earth words like equator. That's a flat Earth word.
Really? I think he's going a little bit too far now, right? I mean, equator is a flat Earth word. Hey, whatever. I guess anything goes now. It's 2025. People can just talk shit, can't they?
And what did he do when I pointed that out on the third attempt? Did he acknowledge that either? No, he didn't. The Polaris minimum measured with an angle off a flat plane giving him the equator. That he's going to hijack and steal and pretend it's on a ball. Without acknowledging how it's measured. No, Earth's measured flat first. And you can be damn sure I'll be shutting you down on my own server and being told that I'm so unreasonable with my mute button. But when I'm on a foreign server that I've got no control over, I'll be gloating and calling you, my audience who believes in a globe, a wanker also, because that's...
Again, he's addressing his audience. Like this. I would never do that to my audience. But it'd be alright. You can get offended if you want.
That's what you are. And he was your representative. He got told how Earth got measured flat, and then he just behaved like you would behave. You wanker. Earth's measured flat, wankers. Talking to you, globe believers. Go and tell your priests like Dave Farina and Craig and Dan, and tell them I called you a wanker based on how pathetic and ignorant you are of the facts when it comes to measuring Earth. It's flat.
I'm not so sure how stable this man is. But he does appear to be one of the surviving representatives of Flat Earth. Now, I'd say Flat Earth's in trouble. Like, Flat Earth's in trouble, I'd say.
Any other wankers want to take our measurements and tell us how ball-shaped it is? Or ask us how flat it ain't getting measured with the flat Earth measurements you're hijacking? Feel free.
What I acknowledge.
You stuttering wanker, shut up. You're a stuttering wanker. It's measured on a plane. Wanker.
I did that.
Wanker.
I want to know
wanker.
How you
wanker.
on.
Wanker. Wanker. It's measured on a plane.
Does anybody
wanker.
know if this person is actually has a stutter? Because that would be terrible for Nathan to be behaving this way towards someone who stutters.
Well, yeah.
And I don't know who this person is, but
we saw the Q and Fee thing. Nathan does seem to have like an issue with a stutter. Maybe he had a stutter when he was a child, and his father said something to him about it, or I don't know.
I think that would make him more compassionate about it, but I mean,
you would hope so, but I mean, I don't think that's the way it works with people like this.
I guess it's strange.
Are we time to? Is it about time for us to go into the reading of the?
Well, we can. I mean, this whole thing got me thinking. Just what you said a minute ago, right? That like psychologically, what's gone on? Because Nathan, on the one hand, says that he has everything. He knows the Earth is flat. But somehow a question bothers him, and he then projects, I don't know what, onto this poor person, and then as we've seen, his audience. So I don't know. I just started having a conversation with AI, and it's interesting what it came back with. I don't know how you want to do this, Beth.
Have you got it on the? Can you post it in the chat? I'll put it on the Discord so we can see it in the main chat.
Yeah, let me see if I can post it in the main chat. Hang on a second. Now this is I'm certainly willing to accept that Nathan's not going to agree with how I posited these questions to this AI, but the responses are very interesting.
Was this at the time, or is this something you've done subsequently?
Yeah, it was right about this time. Like it just didn't make sense to me why Nathan was so angry. Why so angry? Because the person asking the question didn't seem to be. Again, I don't know. Maybe there's history there, right? But it didn't seem to me that this person was trying to take the piss out of Nathan or being disrespectful or just asking a question. Then I think later on someone else comes in who isn't this person, and Nathan has the same, if not worse, reaction to that person. So I don't know. Let me see how this comes across in the live chat, Bev. I don't know how it's going to come across. It's going to come across in a message, in a text.
Massive text thing.
Yeah.
It's all right. I'll scroll it back.
Tips.
Let me try it and see what it looks like.
Oh, there you go.
Good. Come here. Don't look at your eye. Good boy. Okay.
Oh, because it's you have to scroll to the right as well. Oh yeah, this is horrible. Beth, hang on a second. Don't show that. Let me delete that. Let me see if I can do it another way. Hang on a second.
Copy and paste, maybe.
Yeah, I'm going to do a snip. Hold on. I might have to do this in sections. Hang on a second. All right, so we'll start talking. We'll get this one in here first.
And we know about talking to AI and asking them sort of things, but I mean, everybody's going to start using it.
Yeah, and it's only because that's what, an AI can capture the knowledge across the internet. Doesn't mean it's right, of course, right? Doesn't mean that the AI is a freaking psychologist. It's not what we're saying at all.
Yeah.
It's just it was interesting to me. So this is the first snip, and then I'll get the next part of it.
Okay, do you want me to read it while you're getting the other bit? I can at least read your question while you're sorting the next piece, right?
Yes.
He says, in a conversational forum, one person asks the so-called expert a question. The question was, by all accounts, respectful. There was no tone that could be called aggressive or sarcastic, and the expert very quickly lost his composure to the point where he was screaming at the questioner and asking the moderators to shut off the questioner's microphone. The expert then went on a profanity-laced tirade at the questioner for nearly 10 minutes. From all accounts, the question was benign, and the two individuals involved do not know each other. That's I think that is all you put.
Yep.
Wow.
For that question, yes.
Yeah. Want me to carry on?
Carry on, and then I'll get you the rest of the answer, because the answer is quite long.
Right. Okay. So I'm answering now for the AI. The AI says, that's an intriguing and intense scenario you've described. Based on the details you provided, it sounds like a striking overreaction from the so-called expert, especially given the question was respectful and benign, and there was no prior relationship or apparent provocation. Let's break this down and consider what might be happening here. Drawing on general patterns of human behavior and interaction dynamics that I've come across in my training data. It's well experienced. First, the expert's extreme response, screaming, demanding the microphone be shut off and launching into a 10-minute profanity-laced tirade, suggests a loss of emotional regulation that's disproportionate to the trigger. In conversational forums, particularly those with an audience, people in the expert role often feel pressure to maintain credibility and control. A benign question, even if it unintentionally challenges their knowledge or authority, could hit a nerve if they're already on edge or insecure about their expertise. It's possible this individual perceived the question as a threat, perhaps to their ego, reputation, or the narrative they were trying to present, despite its respectful delivery. That was because there was no context of the question that was asked, was there? I mean, in your question, and I think that could be a valid explanation.
High overview. Yeah. So there's the next part of the answer, because this is all part of the same answer. So the next part is. Do you
want to do it, or do you want me to do it?
Yeah, I could do it, and then I'll put in the next question that I ask, because I have a couple of them. So it goes on. It says the profanity and prolonged nature of the tirade, 10 minutes, and I think it was longer than 10 minutes, but I just threw 10 minutes in there. Is a long time to sustain that level of anger. Also, hints at something performative. Interesting that earlier Godzilla said that he thought it was an act, or he conjectured that he's acting, right? So that's interesting. That the AI says it hints at something performative. It's almost as if the expert was trying to reassert dominance or deflect from the question by overwhelming the situation with noise. In group dynamics, this can be a tactic, conscious or not, to avoid accountability or vulnerability. If the question exposed a gap in their knowledge, for instance, they might have doubled down with aggression to shift focus away from their own limits. From the questioner's side, assuming the accounts are accurate and the question was indeed neutral, they were unfairly targeted. It's a classic case of misdirected heat. Nothing in the setup suggests they deserved that response. The moderator's role here is curious too. If they didn't intervene during a 10-minute meltdown, it might reflect their own hesitation, shock, or perhaps a bias toward the expert's status. My thoughts, because I asked its thoughts, My thoughts, this sounds like a textbook ego collapse or a stress overload masquerading as authority. The expert's behavior undermined their own credibility far more than any polite question could have. People watching likely saw through the tantrum most reasonable observers would sympathize with the questioner and question the expert's professionalism. It's a self-inflicted wound, really. What do you think about this take? Anything else you noticed in this situation that might add more context, like what the question was about or how others reacted? I'd love to refine this further with your input. So that's from the AI.
Yeah, I'd say that's good from the AI, but that's just me, you know, looking in from the outside. I would hope that other people would see the strangeness about what was going on in that situation and they would sympathise with the questioner. But as you heard with all of those other people, they were trying to justify Nathan's reaction to the guy.
Yeah. Okay, so here's so because it said, I'd like to refine this further with you.
Yeah.
So I took up its offer to me. So here's let me put what I put in here. Hang on a second. Okay. So here's the second question that I asked. Okay. You see it there?
Yeah, I've got it. Yeah.
Okay, so I said, as I have researched this expert further, this is not a solitary incident, but rather a pattern when asked simple questions that do not appear to coincide with the expert's thoughts. Is there a psychological explanation for this ongoing action? The AI responds, thanks for the additional context. That's a key detail. A pattern of explosive reactions is to simple, non-confrontational questions that don't align with this expert's viewpoints to something deeper. Points to something deeper and more consistent than a one-off bad day. While I'm not a psychologist, I can lean on general knowledge about human behavior and psychological concepts that might shed light on this. Let's explore a few possibilities that could explain this reaction, this recurring action. One strong candidate is narcissistic traits or a fragile ego. People with a heightened sense of self-importance, common in those who position themselves as experts, can react poorly when their authority or worldview is questioned, even mildly. If this individual has built an identity around being the authority, a simple question that doesn't fit their narrative might feel like a personal attack. Threatening their self-image, the screaming and profanity could be a defense mechanism to reassert control and intimidate others into backing off. There's much more. So I don't know how much of this you want.
Yeah, right? I think
there's a lot more, and it's fascinating. So let me get the next section because we got to do this in chunks.
Yeah. Well, if you want to queue them all up, I'll read the next one for you while you're.
I'll get it.
I'll get the rest in a second. Because I like this. Although it's AI, sometimes they can give you an idea, right, as to what's going on. Maybe everybody's already got their own idea of what's going on in their mind and, you know, how people react. This is a journey into the cave. This, the whole thing that we're doing now, all of these ideas and these concepts, they're within us as well. I mean, you look at these sort of things to find the traits within yourself, I think. And then, because you're the only person that you can end up helping out of all of this.
Yep.
Okay. Where did it end? This pattern? Is that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. This pattern suggests they're less interested in dialogue and more in domination. Questions that deviate from their script disrupt that. Another possibility is cognitive dissonance. If the expert holds rigid beliefs or a carefully curated set of ideas, a benign question that introduces a conflicting perspective might create internal tension. They're forced to confront something that they can't easily reconcile. Instead of engaging with it, which requires flexibility and self-awareness, they lash out and shut it down. The tirade could be an attempt to drown out the discomfort rather than address it. Over time, this becomes a habit. Any hint of dissonance triggers the same aggressive reaction. There's also emotional dysregulation, which might tie into a broader temperament issue. Some people struggle to manage frustration or anger, especially under scrutiny. If this expert feels perpetually on the defensive, may be due to imposter syndrome or past criticism. They could have a hair trigger response to perceived challenges. The pattern of overreacting to simple questions suggests a low tolerance for uncertainty or pushback, and the public setting might amplify their own need to win the moment at all costs.
Yeah.
A more situational lens could be status anxiety. In forums where they're designated expert, they might feel intense pressure to perform flawlessly. Simple questions that don't align with their prepared talking points could expose gaps, real or imagined, in their expertise. Rather than adapting or admitting limits, which takes confidence, they double down with rage to protect their standing. The profanity and duration of the outburst might be a way to signal strength, even if it backfires by making them look unhinged. Psychologically, this pattern could align with something like borderline personality traits, specifically intense emotional reactions to perceived rejection or criticism. But that's speculative without more data. What's clearer is that this isn't about the questioners, it's about the expert's internal wiring or coping mechanisms. They're consistently choosing fight over flight or freeze when faced with a mild intellectual challenge. The fact that it's not a one-off but a recurring behavior is telling. It's likely less to be a random stress and more a baked-in response style. My hunch is it's a mix of ego fragility and a need for control, possibly fueled by insecurity about their expertise despite the expert label. People who are secure in their knowledge tend to handle dissent with calm or curiosity, not meltdowns.
Yeah, super interesting, and would explain a lot, by the way.
Yeah.
So the next question is here. I'll take this one, and then we'll talk about this for a second. So I further went on to ask about the narcissistic traits, right? So I said the narcissistic traits explanation seems to fit pretty well. There are no specific triggers, it seems, other than a questioning of the expert's claims or processes they describe. It's almost as though the expert just wants people to accept what they say without questioning or challenging them. Would the narcissistic ego candidate fit this description? The AI says, yeah, the narcissistic traits explanation does seem to line up nicely with what you're describing, especially the part where the expert reacts explosively to any questioning of their claims or processes, regardless of the specifics. That lack of narrow trigger, coupled with blanket intolerance for anything less than full acceptance, fits the narcissistic ego profile like a glove. Let's dig into why that might be the case. At its core, narcissism, whether full-blown narcissistic personality disorder or just pronounced traits, often involves a deep need for admiration and validation, paired with a brittle self-image that can't handle scrutiny. For someone like this, the expert, their, quote, expertise, unquote, might be less about sharing knowledge and more about basking in the glow of being seen as infallible. When people just nod along, it feeds that need. We saw that, right? We saw that nodding along by Eli, by D Rose, by Neil. We see it all the time, right? Says they're the sage on the stage, unchallenged and adored. But the second someone asks a question, even a neutral one, it's like poking a hole in that inflated self-view. It's not about the content of the question, it's the act of questioning itself that threatens them. Your observation that they want people to accept what they say without challenge tracks perfectly with this. In the narcissistic mindset, questioning isn't just curiosity or engagement, it's defiance, a personal slight. They might interpret it as, how dare you not see me as the ultimate authority? The screaming and profanity you mentioned earlier could be their way of punishing the questioner for stepping out of line and reasserting their dominance. It's less about defending their ideas and more about protecting their ego's fragile shell. A secure expert might say, good question, let's explore that. But this person seems to need blind agreement to feel safe. Interesting.
I have noticed that for quite a while, right? But you don't notice it until that sort of stuff is given to you. You know, you just think that you might be the hard person to deal with if all of these people are saying it's you and your problem, and you're asking antagonistic questions and all of that sort of stuff. And if you're on your own, it does get a bit tricky. I can imagine why a lot of people don't ask questions, because it's a show. The way I always saw it was that Nathan would be using people like me to let everybody else know what not to do in his presence.
Yeah.
But maybe it's because of those reasons that he does that, and that's the way I saw it, right?
Yep. There's a next one in there. Do you want to read that one while I get this next snippet? It goes on.
Okay. The pattern of overreacting to any hint of doubt about their claims of processes also suggests what's called narcissistic injury. That's interesting. Where their grandiose self-image gets dinged, say, by a simple, how does that work? Or, can you explain that? They don't just brush it off. They feel attacked, humiliated even, and lash out to restore their sense of superiority. The fact that it's not tied to specific topics but happens broadly whenever their word isn't taken as gospel reinforces this. It's not about the subject matter, it's about their need to be unquestioned. It's not about the subject matter, it's about their need to be unquestioned.
Sounds right. Not a few people like that.
Yeah. Right. This could also explain the intensity and duration of their outbursts. A 10-minute tirade isn't just anger, it's a performance. A way to overwhelm and silence any further dissent. They're not trying to convince with logic, they're trying to bulldoze the threat away. That's classic.
There you go. Exactly.
Oh, that's classic narcissistic behavior. When the mask of perfection slips, they don't adopt, they double down with rage or grandiosity. Yeah. The AI's getting good. But I guess it's like listening to a lot of people and being able to take on those sort of things. And there is a lot of stuff about narcissists, isn't it? You would imagine it's being asked a lot of questions about that. Because a lot of people are on their own, aren't they? And, you know, a narcissist is probably one of the hardest people to deal with. And there may be quite a lot of those sort of people. Particularly on the internet now.
Yes. And I think everybody has certain narcissistic traits, of course, right? It's part of human behavior. But this seems like all I wanted to do was see if the AI could explain why Nathan gets so angry so quickly. And this seems to fit very well. I mean, I don't know. But to me, this just seems to ring true. Okay, there's two more snippets.
Yeah, I haven't actually finished this one. This one was
okay. Keep going.
So to answer your question, yes, the narcissistic ego candidate. Is that something that you're familiar with, right? Because you asked it. Does the narcissistic ego candidate fit this description?
Yeah, So it provided me with a narcissistic ego candidate, or if you remember about someone just being stressed, kind of having a bad day.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Right. So, and I said it sounds like the narcissistic ego candidate, because this is not a one-time scenario where you could say, well, the person just had a bad day.
Yeah.
Right? You know, he got in an argument with his wife, and now he's in this situation.
He's a bit tired.
Okay. Yeah, but this happens consistently.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. Right. So the narcissistic ego candidate fits this description spot on. It's like they've built a persona where their claims and processes are them. And any challenge isn't just a critique of their ideas, but an assault on their identity. That's why they can't let it slide, no matter how benign the question. Does that feel like it captures the vibe of what you've seen? If you've got any examples of their claims, the kinds of questions that set them off, I could fine-tune this even more. What do you think?
Okay, so
I like the way AI does that, because it draws you in as well, doesn't it? It keeps it going.
I could have gone on hours. Yes. So this is the last one, though. So I cut it off after this next statement, I guess. I don't even know if I asked a question here, but it wanted to engage, so I did. So open up that next one. Tell me when you're ready. I'll read it.
Is it? Oh, it's the red bit. It does.
Yep.
Yeah.
You got it?
Yeah.
Okay. So I said, so it asked, what do you think? And I said, it does. The last point that intrigues me is that when listening to these conversations, the expert engages in, he asks those conversing not to swear as his content is distributed online. But when questioned or challenged, always, without fail, uses some of the worst profanity I've ever heard for long periods of time. AI responds, that's a fascinating twist and a telling one. The hypocrisy of demanding others refrain from swearing while unleashing a torrent of profanity themselves when challenged adds another layer to this narcissistic ego picture. It's like a neon sign screaming inconsistency, and it fits the profile in a way that's almost too perfect. Let's unpack this. The fact that he insists others not swear, framing it as a rule for his online content, suggests he's curating an image. He wants to project control, professionalism, or maybe even moral superiority to his audience. It's a deliberate signal. I'm the polished expert. This is my space, and you'll follow my standards. That aligns with narcissistic traits. Needing to be seen as above others, setting the tone, and expecting compliance. It's all part of the grandiose persona that they lean on for validation. But then, when questioned or challenged, he flips the script and unleashes what you describe as some of the worst profanity imaginable, sustained over long stretches. That's not just a slip. It's a complete unraveling of the mask he's trying to wear. In those moments, the narcissistic injury kicks in. That's a fascinating topic, narcissistic injury. We might need to go into that with the AI.
That's a lovely little thing, that in narcissistic injury.
We are going to have to go into that. We can't leave that one.
Deep.
That's good.
Yeah. Narcissistic injury. The challenge threatens his carefully constructed identity, and the emotional floodgates open. The profanity isn't just anger, it's a weapon to shock, intimidate, and reclaim dominance. He's not bound by his own rules because in his mind, he's above them, especially when his ego is on the line. That is fascinating.
Yeah.
You want to bring up the last clip here?
Yeah.
This is the last piece of it from the AI.
That was stunning, that bit.
That's good.
Yeah. That was like the best bit right there.
Do you want me to do it?
Yeah, you can do it.
This double standard is classic for someone with narcissistic tendencies. They often demand from others what they won't hold themselves to because of their sense of entitlement overrides consistency. When he's calm and unchallenged, he can play the part of the refined expert. But when his authority's poked, the real priority, protecting his self-image, takes over, and the profanity becomes his battering ram. The worst profanity you've ever heard, part suggests. It's not even casual swearing. It's performative, exaggerated, meant to drown out the threat and reassert his power. The sustained duration ties back to what we talked about earlier. It's not enough to snap back. He has to obliterate the moment. A 10-minute profanity-laced tirade isn't a reaction. It's a tantrum. A way to exhaust everyone else into submission. He's breaking his own no swearing rule because, in that instant, the ego's survival trumps the image he's selling. Psychologically, this could point to a mix of narcissistic entitlement, rules are for you, not for me, and poor impulse control under stress. When he's not threatened, he can maintain the facade, but the second he feels cornered, the mask drops and the raw, unfiltered need to dominate spills out, profanity and all. It's almost like the swearing is his way of saying, I'm still in charge here and I'll prove it however I want. Does this ring true with the dynamic you've observed? Because I don't think you've carried it on.
No, I didn't.
So
go
you could carry on with this, but I mean, to what end? I mean, how much more do you need to know about it? That to me is fascinating. Yes,
it is.
Yeah, I was wondering, then, what would be a suggested model of a psychological form it fit into, Freudian, Jungian, kind of get to the deeper roots of what might be the source of those kind of action, of reactions, and where it comes from,
It's where does it go? This. We've seen this a few times, right? I mean, Nathan Oakley has been a subject, right, that we've closely watched. And he said, was it the beginning of last year when he released all of his beliefs and took on a new leaf, right? And he said that in the past, when he was doing that, he was dropping his beliefs. He was unsure. So that's why he was doing this type of behavior. But since dropping his beliefs, he now knows that the Earth's measured flat. And there's some sort of an authority coming back. But it doesn't seem to, like, that's slipping again. And these weren't difficult questions, really, were they? I mean, I can't really see where all of this is coming from. It is like it's building up, and I can't see where it goes. That would be where I'd be asking it. It's like, what's next?
Where does it end?
Yeah. I mean, does this get any better? Is there any way to stop it? Because it's not good to watch, is it? Nobody wants to see this sort of behaviour. This is meant to be the tip of the spear.
Well, it is a bit of drama, and the internet loves drama, right? So, I mean, in that way, I think the AI is right. It's performative, right? You could see it as being performative, and Gords was saying as much in the chat earlier.
Yeah.
I think there's certainly an element to that, but it is also that this expert cannot be challenged, challenged at all, which is interesting for someone who, like Nathan at the beginning of last year, said, I don't have a belief anymore. I have a knowing. And we've talked about it here in our Discord, by the way. Come into the Discord if you want to have these kinds of conversations. But we've talked about a knowing and the sense of peace that comes from a knowing, where you don't have to get triggered. There's nothing that makes someone with an actual knowing fear that they're somehow going to be stripped of that knowing. It should just leave a sense of peace to the person, and they should be able to answer any question that comes at them, even if it is irate or sarcastic, or, which I didn't see that Heyoka character, being. But again, maybe I haven't seen all the stuff. But it seems to me that someone that says that they have a knowing, like Nathan does, why the anger? Why the vitriol? Why? Why does that happen? Why does he even get annoyed? Like he says, you're just annoying me now. Why does that even happen? If he's so, what's the word? If he's so secure in his knowledge of the flat Earth, why is that the reaction? Is it just performative, or is it something else? It's amazing.
Right, we're going to go back to the. Are you guys watching the stream? Yeah. We'll go back to the stream now, and this may seem like a bit different now when you listen to this after doing, going over that stuff. Maybe not. I don't know whether it's any different.
We'll see. Yeah.
Polaris measured on a plane for the equator, wanker. Wanker, I'll just do what you do. Justifiably so, because you didn't acknowledge me in about 12 smegging attempts. No, wanker, we're measuring on a plane, so the first thing you need to describe to me when you've asked me about the equator and Polaris and North and South Pole centric systems measured on a plane is how we measure Earth as a plane. It's the first thing that better come out of your mouth, or I'll just call you a wanker and shout you down, because that's what you are, wanker. Now, while I call you a wanker, justifiably so, the server operators, not me, have muted your dumb ass. Because you're
See, the server operators, he's got them under control. The AI said, the moderators are playing to his authority, aren't they? They're helping him.
Yeah, he wants to project a sort of benign image that he's in a neutral server. He doesn't have any power or control. Right. Actually, they're all in his pocket. He knows they're in his pocket. We know they're in his pocket. And it's just, that's just a blatant lie, isn't it? So that's the game.
Well, it's run by 24/7. Remember that room. So also, you want to clarify. Nathan calls it the server. They're in a tiny section of a server. They're in one little tiny room, which is controlled by 24/7 moderators. That's who's muting everybody.
Yeah.
Well, and the other thing to remember is that Nathan did say to shut him up earlier.
Yeah.
Like right when he started getting triggered, Nathan said, "Shut him up! Shut him up!" And he does that often, right? So although he's not muting him himself, he is getting the mods to do it for him.
Well, he's also got his noise gate thing working as well, hasn't he? So
yes.
His audience can't really hear what's going on. But it's the way he uses it as a weapon as well. Like, he's telling the person, he knows that they've been muted, and then he continues to have a go at them when they have no right of reply now. That, to me, is one of the... because that's antagonistic, isn't it? Like, not a normal person, as soon as they were unmuted, they would want to retaliate. Which, again, I think sort of generates the content that they're after. But, I mean, this isn't... It's not working for Nathan, because he's the only one that's doing the tirade.
Ignorant and stupid and a wanker and cannot acknowledge what you've had put to you now. This will be the 14th time. So I'm going to ask the server operators. Let's see if in the 14th attempt, if you can acknowledge every single thing that he asked me about needed a flat plane to be measured. Let's see if he can acknowledge that.
Oh, I already said I acknowledge that you measure the latitudes from Polaris in the north. From the North Pole to the...
From the stuttering over the flat plane that we measure, you stuttering little bit.
Wow.
Did he just agree to whatever Nathan asked him to agree to? And he did.
Yes.
And still, that wasn't enough. For... Wow. How do you stop this, man? Like, what is the correct thing? Surely the correct thing is to just not bother talking to him.
That would be
I don't think
thing,
there's any other response that's possible.
You stuttery little bitch. Yo, stuttery.
What point?
Yo, stuttery.
See, he might actually have a stutter. The guy that's just agreed to him might actually have a stutter. Or there may be people in his audience that have a stutter. I'm not so sure this is, a stable.
Stuttery, we measure it on a plane, don't we?
Which star do you...
Why are you asking me? Shut him up! Bitch. Now, bitch, I'm going to tell you, bitch.
What? Shut him up were the words that came out of his mouth. And he'll be saying in a minute he didn't do that. I don't do that. I'm not a moderator here.
No, you're not going to get to talk through me, bitch. You'll get shut down like that's happened. Nobody's feeling sorry for you, you pathetic wanker. No, bitch. What you did was stutter and stammer like a pathetic little bitch when it came to the acknowledgement of the flat earth you need to measure. Yeah, bitch. Yeah, you measure Earth flat and all you could do was stutter. Yeah, again, audience. Globe-believing, numpty, dickhead, wanker audience. He's you.
Fourth time.
Me,
he's gone after his own
audience.
Fourth time he's done it.
No way. There's something serious going on here, right? The people, the moderators, his friends, anybody around him should notice something going on here that's not normal. By Nathan's standards, right? I don't think I've ever heard Nathan attack his own audience like this. He's attacked people in chats and done that.
Yes.
But for him to start turning to his audience, I mean, that's destructive, right?
Well, you would think he would want to try to win over any skeptics to his way of thinking. But he doesn't seem interested in that at all.
Some new converts, he can measure the earth flat. Just explain it to a few people, but no, he's not trying to turn people. That's bad.
And smiling about how he stuttered before acknowledging the flat earth that got measured. That's all he did. Like you do, you stuttering bunch of wankers. Yeah, that's what he did. Did he acknowledge it 15 times? No, he didn't. Got called a wanker, shut down for his pathetic stuttering and failure to acknowledge how Earth gets measured flat, because it does.
See, what surprises me here is that he's talking to a group of people, Globers, I presume. But most of his mods have banned everybody. Like, I can't post. I'm pretty sure Elder Bear can't post, and most of the people around here who are associated with On The Level, I'm pretty sure they can't post there, right, or anything, because he can't. But so I don't know how that works for the Globers either. So I don't know where this is coming from. I don't know who's able to annoy Nathan so much that he ends up addressing his audience. It's got to come from somewhere, hasn't it? Come on. Who's guilty of putting these thoughts in Nathan's head that the Globers are his audience, right? He can't think that they're flat earthers. He can't think that's good. Like, how many of his audience is he talking to there? Let's say there's 100 people watching. How many is he trying to talk to? 80? 90? How many of them are flat earthers and how many are Globers, and who's going to want to hear that?
Does.
We've got another question going as well. How many wankers does Nathan say in this episode? Do you reckon?
Moon or the lunar eclipse, like saying the shadow cast upon the moon. You know,
shadows.
How they come to the
John's come to his rescue. Mm-hmm. Well done, John.
What, with respect to the plan?
Bit left field, this.
Yeah.
There's
shadows on the moon, Nathan. Shadows on the moon.
Calculated the negative height below the plane of reference the sun would be at.
It's like a handler, right? Like give him the key, give him the shadows on the moon thing, lullaby.
And that angle is what gives them their shadow.
Yep. The descriptions of angles receding with respect to a plane at sunset that gets reified into a position that you can have the sun move below. In the same way, the system itself to create Earth curve is a derivation of surface level when calculating eye level differentials to give you a point below the surface level you've just measured, called Earth curve. It's utterly absurd mathematics that's incapable of verification when you understand how it works.
Did anybody understand that? But I mean, at least John gave him a chance to say it. Go on, do your Earth curve shadow thing, Nathan. Go on. I'll make you feel better.
Shout out to Himsake for the super chat. Who invited Chief Balls on Shin? I don't know. There's 100 people watching. Very big shout out and warm welcome to all of you in my live audience. Please share the show if you've not done so already. Also, hopefully one of you will stand
a warm welcome.
Moderation team
How does he say
Politics
that?
Server, fantastic server that has graciously allowed us to
How
pop
does
in
he say
when we feel so inclined. Although we typically
Berating his audience.
Politics server now. And
What
remember,
the
this
hell?
is one room within that politics server.
And it's the one room that even when Nathan Oakley isn't in there, if you try and go in and ask questions, you will get exactly the same treatment.
Exactly,
You might not get called so many swear words, but the people in there, you ask them a question they don't like, that's it, muted, banned. You should see their ban list. It's unbelievable because I think they've got the record for the Flat Earth Discord server with the most bans ever. Their 24/7 Discord. It's a well-known fact. It has been for years and years that they advertise, "Oh, come and talk to us," but they don't actually want you to come and talk to them. They want you to go in so they can sit there and talk shit at you while you're muted. Or in some cases, you're not even allowed in there at all.
Yeah.
I have an answer for you, Kevin.
Yes.
He has the uncanny ability to turn off and on his narcissism switch.
So he thinks he could berate his audience and then warmly welcome them in almost the same breath.
Yeah, he has an internal narcissism switch that he seems to be able to turn on and off at will. I think your whole conversation with the AI was spot fucking on. Like, completely understanding the type of person that Nathan Oakley is.
It is interesting. But as Emma said, I think there are others that fit this description. It just so happens we were listening to this today.
Zach Teppy says in the chat, he says, Nathan and QE always said they started doing this out of retaliation because the Globers bullied them so much, I guess. I don't know whether that's the case. But, I mean, if that is the case, then the Globers are just as bad. Because, I mean, I know about Fight the Flat Earth and the way he acts as well. It's
absolutely
a similar sort of thing, backwards and forwards, within a false dichotomy.
Yep.
And I think they're going to perpetuate it themselves. But this is what Will Duffy's done. Will Duffy's brought something that the Flat Earthers can't cope with. And I guess they're all leaving. But where does that leave the Globe guys who've put Nathan Oakley? I mean, are they just going to make some more Flat Earthers now because they bullied them again? And I don't know. I don't see where it ends or anything, and whether people enjoy this sort of stuff. I don't know whether this has become an entertainment now. A form of entertainment for people. Seems like there's a lot of people that want to watch this sort of stuff.
Typically are and will be tomorrow in the politics server, because we normally attend on a Friday, but it is Thursday in case you're watching after the fact. But we're here on a whim, having fun with
going
Yuka,
back
who
tomorrow.
seems to follow us everywhere.
In the politics, he's going. So we get to do this again
server
tomorrow. I'll listen to it
in many other regards. There's lots of other different rooms, not just Flat Earth. Obviously, with a name like politics.
Well, there's also the reason that we can't be eradicated as flat earthers is because of the measurements, which is also the reason we're so upset with them. You know, it's like It's a shield.
It's the reason why you're upset.
You think about it.
Yeah, it's a shield. Let me go back. What's he say? It's because of the measurements that were also the reason.
Also, the reason we're so upset with them.
Upset
with them. We are so upset with them. That's John.
It's like it's a shield and a cage.
It's a shield and a cage.
I guess.
What's a shield and a cage? The measurements? Because that's what he was talking. That was the subject of what he was talking about.
Think about it. Pleading measurements.
Yeah, stop using that bleeding measurements. Very irritating. You can mock us all you like with your ball belief. All right, you want to believe you're in a ball, therefore you see us as silly. What, us realists, you measure Earth flat and recognise that means Earth's flat because we measure it flat. You just want to measure Earth flat and then pretend you're on a ball and mock us for knowing Earth's flat when we measure it flat, like you do. Okay, well, that's fine. To each their own. I'll just go with Earth's measured flat and that's because it's flat. Not Earth's measured flat and that's because it's a really big ball and locally it's okay to measure it flat because it's a really big ball and that. That's just your stupid nonsense that you feel you've got a justification to mock me with. No, we both use the same measurement of a flat Earth. So I don't do anything after it, you do, and therefore you think I'm silly? Definitely not. Meanwhile, when you do that, I'll stop you from using our measurements at that point. Why are you using my flat Earth measurements that you want to mock me for? Don't do that. Believe in a ball all you like. That's perfectly acceptable. But don't start asking me, how do I measure Earth flat when I measure Earth flat? Because that'll get you called a wanker, because that's where you are at that point.
Nathan.
Yeah. Somebody should be saying, like, Nathan, come on. Let's unpack what you've just said there, because that was a little bit strange. And Neil's coming to help
Don't you
him.
think you're being a little hard on them? How do you expect them to get measurements off a curved surface? You gotta share a little bit.
They don't, but they want to believe that they're on a curved surface. Well, we're long past asking them for measurements of sphericity. We know where the sphericity they think they've got measurements to reify come from. From a flat plane that gets measured and then turned into a spherical system based on projections of angles taken off a flat plane to things like Polaris, the very question I was asked earlier. I mean, that discussion's not going to go anywhere, because the person I'm telling that's asking me asks me what points I'm answering about that he brought up. That's the kind of wankery we have to deal with when we...
See, he did just say there that the Polaris thing's not going to go anywhere. That's like a dog whistle to everybody to let everybody know that any questions about Polaris are not going to go anywhere, because that's the problem. That's exactly the problem. The 2 points of rotation that he knows about and he's placed antipodal. So hard to go back to.
We go through how your globe comes to fruition based on measurements of a flat plane that we actually live on and measure to create your globe. For you to ask me how Earth would be measured flat.
Surprised at how little
it's just idiotic.
Guy's actually
That's the kind of shit we have to deal with here on Flat Earth.
He's hardly said a word, has he?
But based on that, it means at least we can publish a book that points out how it's idiotic.
And then he even tried to
call
agree
this a
with
debate
Nathan
anymore. No,
got
there is no
hammered.
debate.
Yeah, that was the
just
last thing he got to say, was that he
it's
agreed with him.
He acknowledged, not agreed, but yeah.
And I just want to allude to what Neil said for those pedantic, nitpicky, try to be a smart ass, excuse my language. Yes, there are circumstantial measurements of someone's big fat belly and their waistline and their torso and even the measurement
Have
of
you
the
heard
basketball
Nathan
and
during
things
this?
like that. But don't try
At
to
all.
connect that and affiliate that and convolute that with what we're talking about. Linear,
Holy moly.
mileage, length, distance, elevation, latitudinal measurements from the Earth's surface to the sky. Don't try to put it together. Because yes, there are measurements of everything. You can measure everything. You can measure your foot. You can measure your head. The diamond. Come on, we know that. So don't try to be pedantic about it. You know what Nathan's talking about. Just in case a blurf
no, I don't.
decides to come in here and try to mix it up with him with that little point. So shut that down.
Wow, well done.
No, that's not the same thing. Measuring an object within a Cartesian coordinate system is not the same as the Cartesian coordinate system itself being with respect to the plane of reference.
What?
Right, we're kind of talking amongst ourselves, so sorry, just to interrupt you one sec. We are going to disappear. Oh, just 1 second, G+. Thank you very much for having us. This was an impromptu visit, and I want to round out our discussion about being in politics behind your back, as is only reasonable, but in a different server, because we will toddle along tomorrow to politics. But in the meantime, moderation, invisible team that are fantastic. Thank you very much for having us.
More than welcome. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Later, guys.
So the reason I've done that is because there's going to be a very short after show. So to kind of keep the theme of an after show, although we've still got live show to continue in, I've moved us into our own server. I say it's our own. I've got no. It's not my server, right? It's run by Roger.
So he's just left
anyway,
the politics.
The point is we've gone into our
now.
home from home, the Flat Earth Debate server, run by the illustrious Righteous Force.
Like he's changed, right? Whatever switch has just happened, he's a lot more at ease now. There's nobody there to question him. He's only got his little Skype group now. There's nobody in the Discord. And his tone and everything's just changed.
Yep.
And in this server, we can have a semi after show, and then round out for proper in the after show. Anyway, it'll make sense when you get to the end of this stream. We're doing the book later.
People starting to come in. He's doing his book.
Adam will make an appearance in the after show.
Look who's
and when he
turned
does,
up.
that will be round
boy.
out.
Yeah.
And we'll start doing like work.
He's gone.
Not that this isn't
gone.
Where's Kim?
He'll toddle along similar time to Adam, I would hope.
So they are doing his book, right? Nathan's writing a book with the help of his panel and his friends. So he's going to be the Flat Earth reference book.
He's turned up, look.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he's back again. Uh-oh. What? Let me go back. Was that somebody else? Like,
Him is Flatsy.
Yeah, that was
D-Rose. Who's wondering who that is? It's Flatsy. Who's that? Go ahead, D.
How do you measure the Earth flat beyond the equator?
On another note.
Oh boy. This is going to be good.
Chasing him around.
He said he's followed him around. He said for days.
Nice.
Oh goodness.
Refractor, thank you, brother. I hope you read my message. You've been very informative and helpful and assisted me, but I got it down packed now, bro. I'm about to put one inside my guest bathroom now. I mean, my master bathroom now. I got it down. I know the system now. I'm an electronic, unlicensed. Don't hire me, but I can hook you up.
We measure Earth flat beyond the equator with any star.
Beyond the equator.
I heard you the first time. So you haven't acknowledged what I've put back to you in response. So you're acknowledging that with the equator and Polaris and its minimum elevation that we call the equator, that those are all flat Earth measurements. You're going to get one opportunity to acknowledge that, then I'm going to immediately remove from the discussion.
Yeah,
Do you acknowledge that the equator's formed with an elevation angle off a flat plane to Polaris? That's Earth being measured flat, Hayuka.
Oh, I already acknowledged how you got latitude to the...
Yeah.
Wanker,
what?
Get lost.
What?
What?
No way. Like, so not only did he acknowledge it the first time, he just acknowledged it a second time and got muted before he even had a chance to acknowledge it fully.
What?
Surely his audience must have seen that, right? And not seen that he was like... I don't know, like, was that antagonistic? Was there anything like bad in that? I couldn't see. Let me just go back, because that does
Nathan
seem
engaged. Nathan engaged with him.
It was a different tone there, wasn't there?
Yeah.
That was odd.
That was a flip, whatever. It's like, see where, because you can see his mouse and everything. Yeah.
Oh, I already acknowledged how you got latitude to the...
He
didn't even,
did that the moment he asked the question. The moment a reply came back, he was ready for muting. Watch.
Angle off a flat plane to Polaris. That's Earth being measured flat. Hayuka.
That's the question.
Oh, I already acknowledged how you got latitude to the...
Wanker, get lost.
Wow.
Go with God.
Yeah, once you acknowledge that, once you acknowledge that, why are you asking us any questions?
And kicked him.
He needs to be ignored.
Yeah, it's a disingenuous wanker. Exactly. John's just summarised it while I was moving him to the Bible study room. Do you want to repeat that, John? That's the exact reason why I'm so tetchy with him.
Is that why he said go with God and he put him in the Bible room?
I wonder if he's still there, the poor guy. He might be waiting for someone all day. He's been waiting for someone.
I'm waiting for the confessional. Like, I asked Nathan Oakley a question. I'm sorry.
I've been in this dungeon for 3 weeks.
Forgive me, Father Fry. Forgive me, Father Fry. I've apparently sinned. I don't know how.
Oh, right.
Wow.
Let's hear what. There's got to be some sort of reasoning that happened. That I want to listen to that.
Yeah, it's a disingenuous wanker. Exactly. John's just summarised it while I was moving him to the Bible study room. Do you want to repeat that, John? That's the exact reason why I'm so tetchy with him. Precisely. Go ahead.
Why?
At the moment.
Why is he so tetchy with him? What's he done to him? What's this dude done to him? Who is this person?
I don't know.
Where did they come from?
I've never heard, other than this and maybe one or two other times that we've listened to Nathan specifically in the politics server, I haven't heard of this Heyoka dude. But apparently he's been in the 24/7 because they said he's been in there and he's difficult to have a conversation with. I don't know why. But it's not one of the typical, like Nathan mentioned, it's not Craig, it's not, Simon Dan, it's not Dave for Professor, not Professor Dave. This is just seems to me to be a guy asking questions.
Is it? Could it be?
Wow,
could it be somebody like that? Right? Is there something in the background?
I don't know.
With this character that makes Nathan do that? Because he's not done anything wrong. Wow, that's fantastic.
You realize.
Unless Nathan's going through something at the minute.
Of the Earth as a plane. You don't.
John's got to be Nathan's handler.
You need to go on and accept what the world is and get over it.
Yeah. What he's doing is thinks he's being clever. He's saying, if we take the minimum elevation angle off a flat plane to Polaris, how do we measure Earth flat beyond the minimum elevation angle of Polaris? Now, what he's actually asking is, how do we measure Polaris beyond its minimum? That's the stupid question he's actually asking.
The second point
to infer that what beyond the equator.
I don't know whether Nathan's not getting this, but the original question was about the 2 points of rotation. And is what Nathan's doing now is some sort of an ECV thing to stop him from accessing that? Because he is he's making a straw man here right now about what that guy, although I can't really tell what that guy was asking. He didn't really get a chance to ask much apart from the literally we heard fragments of it. He didn't even get to clarify his original question, I don't think.
No.
This is one of the strangest. This is why we had to go over this, guys, because this is mad. No, God. So it's refracted curvature. He's just sort of, I don't know what you call it. Just sort of wooing him to try and calm him down again.
It's not going to be a flat measurement anymore. So where do I take him? Well, let's just get past the up until the equator. You accept that it's flat? No, he's not going to acknowledge that.
He did acknowledge it.
We're making measurements for latitude. not I accept that Earth's measured flat for those measurements, their elevation.
Do you think there's something wrong there? Because that guy was acknowledging what he said there. Do you reckon there's a problem that once he acknowledges it, then what does Nathan do? Where does Nathan go once somebody does acknowledge the thing that, you know, he's been using as his flat Earth proof?
I don't know.
I don't think he knows. I really don't.
But maybe that's what John was trying to say, is once you acknowledge it, you just shut up and move on.
Yeah.
You don't ask any further questions, which again would fit that narcissistic personality, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
You just shut up. You just acknowledge me. I'm the expert.
Acknowledge this first,
and then,
when you do.
You shut up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or kick him. Move him to the Bible room.
Mm-hmm.
Angles off a flat plane. He's not going to acknowledge that. I was 15th attempt with him on this live show alone, wasn't he? 15 attempts.
I think.
He didn't acknowledge Jack. He stuttered like a bitch, didn't he?
Again with this.
He's back. He's back in the room, but he's muted.
Exactly, Neil.
He's found his way back from the Bible
that's
room.
where you get to John's point. No, at the point that he obviously understands he's trying to get a gotcha out of me, with the understanding that we're measuring flat to the equator, that he's not going to admit either. Oh, I've already admitted that we're measuring the Polaris-based system. That's not admitting anything beyond the stuttery nonsense that we got the first time. But he already knows that he's being disingenuous. He knows that he's measured flat. He's just got to try and dodge and duck and weave his way around that. So what do we call that kind of person? 15 times a charm. Wanker. All I'm going to do is
15 times. You reckon it is 15?
You're a globe believer in the audience.
I reckon
There's
it's
definitely some globe believers
that.
amongst the 107 people watching live right now. You're that wanker, aren't you? Yeah, you're that wanker. That's what you do too. Yeah,
Fifth time now. He's going out after his audience.
The more time progresses, the more people point it out to me. No, these people are scared of you, Nathan. Yeah, and I know why. Yeah, because I get to call you a wanker in the face of you using flat Earth measurements like that wanker did. And then what will you do? I don't understand. Maybe if I deny or ask you how it's measured flat in the face of the flat Earth measurement I've just pointed out to me that I used or asked about. Yeah, that'll get you called a wanker with me smiling. And none of you want that, do you, you globe-believing wankers? Yeah? You're all terrified of the awful truth that Earth's flat. Not me. Let's get that clear.
What? Oh, he's all right, isn't he?
But they have to get through you to get to the measurements to make you look bad.
What?
With a gotcha.
You have to get through you.
Those measurements.
To get to the measurements.
To get to the measurements. You have to get through Nathan's now the gatekeeper of measurements. Is that?
Well, he's doing a good job of protecting the measurements, Nathan. Well done.
That's not narcissistic much, is it?
Keeper of the measurements.
Measurements to begin with.
Yeah, they want to project that fear onto me. Yeah, their fear about what the world really is in the face of their stupid, dumbass, inconceivable perception of what they thought the world was, that can get projected onto me like it's me, the individual. Yeah, I'll just laugh at you dickheads. It's not me. It's the world you had pulled from underneath your feet that was sphere-shaped. It never was. It never will be. It was measured flat to give you that impression. That's all I'm pointing out. It's not me that made the world that way. It's your stupid ass that thought it was. Your misapprehensions. Your lack of research. Your inability to look how the world actually got measured. To create that stupid bull belief that you want to lean into and ignore the measurements that it's based on. Sad. Yeah? Well, can you do in the face of that? You can behave like a wanker, I guess. That's what you can do. Like that guy did. That's the
come
best
and ask you a
you've
question.
got. You bunch of globe-believing wankers.
Well, that's all they can do. I mean, even if it doesn't matter who it is, it could be Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I don't even know if that guy's a glober or a flat earther. I don't know anything about him at all.
Yeah.
I think he's got a baby thumb.
Past the equator,
What's going on here?
We've always said that.
Brian.
Oh, he's kicked him again.
Coming in.
The authority.
Has he just kicked him or moved him
No,
or
we never
banned
made
him?
any
Or...
claims about how it was measured.
He's gone anyway again. Doesn't even want him in the room listening.
Yeah, indeed. Because what can you measure? Like, well,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's the point. See, you never made the claim past the equator, it was measured. So it is measured, as in you can measure distances, whatever. Right?
It's Brian trying to explain it.
Measured, but it was extrapolated out using, you know what I mean, that time zones and this and that.
Extrapolated out.
So we never claimed it was measured past the equator. We only claimed the Polaris measure. So them asking you that is a straw man.
Oh, he's only ever claimed to Polaris.
Wow.
Right, so there is no flat Earth measurement proof
beyond Polaris, beyond the equator.
In the south.
Yeah.
Well, not even the equator, right? Because like Bev said before, they say you don't want to measure
15
the Polaris
degrees,
less than 15 degrees. So you're,
Yep. So that's 1569s, isn't it?
Yeah. Flat Earth proof just got a little bit smaller.
690. Yeah.
Sorry, Australians.
9,035 miles they've lost.
Well, I suppose, look, if Nathan Oakley's never actually measured an angle to Polaris and it's his proof, then it doesn't really matter if you're in Australia. You can not measure an angle like Nathan Oakley to have as your proof of flat Earth as well.
Thing is, he's got guys, generally he has them in his server or in that Discord he goes in, and in 24/7. There are Australian guys in there, mods.
Yeah.
He must know what happens where they are, surely.
Yeah, but they've not measured an angle to Polaris, just like Nathan Oakley.
Yeah, but are they also north-centric in their flat Earth model, in their heads, that where they are isn't proven to be flat? Because they've only done it in the north.
Yeah.
Because they don't have an explanation for it. Or at least I haven't heard one, that counters that has something plausible. However fantastic it might be. An image of something. Because this, like he's got on the screen there, always they're on spheres, always they're balls of something. But that's a model, isn't it? That's a model. It's there every day. He cycles through. He's got the same cycle every day. He goes through. Yep. It's a model. He says he hasn't got a model, but he presents it all the time. That's it, right there. You can see it.
Yeah, he's got his longitude. He's got his latitude.
And now we know they don't have anything. They only have a flat Earth in Rabbit's Ears North, whatever that might be.
Yeah, that's what Brian says. Go back to 1J.
Yeah, have a listen to that.
So we never claimed it was measured past the equator. We only claimed the Polaris measure. So them asking you that is a
they never claimed it was measured past Polaris. So I don't know whether that's Brian telling Nathan to sort of calm it down a bit. Like when people are asking you what happens after the equator, nobody's ever claimed that, Nathan. But Nathan has sort of claimed it. He's claimed every measurement.
Yeah.
So,
the Earth is flat. It's not like just a little section of the Earth is flat. It's definitive, isn't it? The Earth is flat everywhere. And the extrapolated, that's what Brian said.
It's still flat anyway.
Well, no, it is if you reference any of the
There
stars.
you go.
There's still plenty of
Neil
celestial
just said
navigation that takes place in the south.
Exactly what you just said.
Yeah.
Now, you could also argue that often it's inaccurate when referenced to the maps. Yeah, I'll go with all of those. I didn't create these bleeding maps. I'm not deceiving people into believing we're on a ball. I'm not stretching out longitude lines and wrapping them around the bottom and describing a system that can't be measured.
Just the latitudes.
I'm not doing any of that. As Brian just put it so eloquently, that's just a straw man they need to burn so they can brush past the flat Earth they're being asked to acknowledge in the first instance as being measured with any star, north or south.
See, he's just said any star.
Any star, yeah.
But Brian's just said we've never claimed it past.
Yeah, with one star. Only with one. It's Polaris and that's it.
It's Nathan expanding it right there in the face of Brian, telling him.
Infinite points of rotation then. as many stars as there are circles.
The flat Earth they're being asked to acknowledge in the first instance as being measured with any star, north or south.
Any north or south.
North or south.
Yeah.
Stuff that, Brian. Nathan's taken it. He's expanded it.
Have to.
Yep.
Oh, it's a wonderful thing to know it's flat Earth, isn't it? Eh?
Yeah.
No,
It's
got all your
painful
stuff.
for them, Nathan.
Very painful.
It's very painful for them. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, have a paracetamol.
It's beyond my concern or empathy for their pain when it's just irritating. Why are you asking me how I measure Earth flat with flat Earth measurement?
See, if they're in pain, why is it irritating you, Nathan? It surely shouldn't be painful and irritating to both, should it?
You wouldn't think.
No, I thought that was his aim, to create irritation.
Why are you asking me about how Earth gets measured flat beyond a limit that's measured on a flat plane like the equator? These stupid questions, as John just put, just irritate me. Now, when
they're not stupid,
there's been
are they?
14 attempts to put to somebody how Earth is being measured flat for them to ask their question,
It's going to be how people are going to be asking questions
and over again. You're like, no. You're just projecting your pain onto me now, because presumably they're getting some sick pleasure out of my irritation as it goes.
Why put himself in the position where people are going to ask him questions if the questions that people ask him are just going to irritate him? He's putting himself in a position where he's going to be irritated, and that's
no wonder he's not well.
Career, is it? Yeah. Like, how long can that go on for? He's already berating his audience. Now he's finding that anybody that asks him a question's irritating. Where does it go?
Kind of an interesting aspect as far as from the Glober's direction, that they haven't found these kind of key moments, if you like. They skirt around it as well. They accept almost that, he has this triangle and it's a flat Earth and you're standing on the horizontal, and they argue about it, but it doesn't seem to create this reaction or a kind of this, they talk about gas pressure and all that kind of thing. It's up in the air. Nobody really knows from either side. Nobody's really got anything definitive to say about it. It's just a game, backwards and forwards. Where's the container? We haven't got one. Where is it? We don't know. It's nothing, is it? But what we're standing on ought to be able to be, discern what that might be. There's some measurements could be made, and this, this idea of, the limit of the flat Earth being Polaris and the equator, and that's it. Why hasn't that been discovered or poked at by a globe proponent? It seems a bit, in all this time, 10 years. I'd have thought these things would have been exposed and ironed out and excuses found for them. And maybe they will. Maybe they'll develop some excuse,
Well, I think
maybe it'll just be we have never claimed it.
We know that the limit of the north-centered plane is the equator. I'm wondering whether the limit of the antipodal plane is also the equator.
Yes, because this is geometric. There's 180 degrees there, and logically there's another half to go, and that's finite. If they've got 5,400 nautical miles there from the North Pole to the equator, and 5,400 in the opposite direction, that's 10,800. Then it would logically follow that the other sandwich is equal. So is the flat Earth 21,600 miles?
Yeah, well...
Or what else? Yes.
Is what we're looking at there the two antipodal planes. You know,
Yes.
is that what we're looking at? I mean, there is a globe in the middle of it.
Yeah.
In that picture that's right there on screen. But
Well,
are they the two antipodal planes that we're seeing the red bit, I guess?
Yeah, it's kind of what I visualize. It's either underneath, either facing away, or it's in the same orientation, both facing upwards, but you have to go through a little wormhole to get to the south, or you do a flip over the edge and you're standing antipodal to the top sandwich.
Yeah, I think this is what Will Duffy's done, isn't it? It's just too much to contemplate for the flat earthers, and they're obviously struggling to work it out.
Yeah.
And like Nathan's getting antagonistic about a question asked, and he's getting irritated by it. He's berating his audience.
I guess you would if you don't know. He says somebody's out for a gotcha, but maybe it is a gotcha.
Well, would he not be telling the Globe guys the very thing that's going to annoy him?
Yeah.
These questions, these really simple questions, it's just going to annoy him, irritate him, make him angry.
Yeah, that's what I mean, because they do seem simple questions. And from the people who are on the Globe side who claim to be more experts, they've got a bigger body of evidence. They've got pictures, science experts, NASA, all that stuff, and they haven't kind of addressed a simple question.
Yeah,
that seems a bit odd to me. How somebody hasn't thought, hang on, you what?
Yeah, antipodal planes.
Yeah.
Where did that come from? It's like, we've always known about that. Like, are you sure? Why has nobody ever heard of this stuff before? Let's see.
Goes on and on and on.
Still in his head. That guy, he's kicked him out.
Would you be so kind for us Americans to define wanker? Thank you.
A masturbator.
Really?
Somebody who's looking to pleasure themselves, self-gratifying person.
Oh God!
Pleasure themselves. I mean,
this is being done for his own self-gratification.
What? Well, I suppose that's why you ask questions, right? Because you want to try and resolve an issue, right? And I suppose that could be called self-gratification, but
I guess
there's no need to sexualize it, Nathan. It's just a question.
Crazy.
Like,
on that note, on that fine note, I have to get going.
All right.
Thanks, Kevin. Thank you.
Guys,
Thank you. Been great.
Yeah, it has been good.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Right.
In the most literal context, without being crude, that's what that is. What? Is he doing it so he can better his understanding of the world?
I thought so.
He's doing it to wind me up for his own pleasure.
No way. He can't actually think that, can he? Really?
The narcissism button turning on and off.
You'd think he'd joke along with him or something, wouldn't you? Do you know what I mean? If he realised there was somebody come to take the mick and try and catch him out, that you'd, I don't know, find a different way, or just shut them down immediately, rather than go through all that pain.
But what did he... In reality, how many words did that guy actually say?
Yeah,
I mean,
true.
like, if you were to
many.
grasp them all together and put them together, I don't think you'd even have a clear picture of what he wanted to say anyway. Really?
I mean, what's the ratio of questions to oration?
Yeah. And, like, the amount that Nathan's got out of this, I don't know, it just doesn't sound normal.
Maybe that's another metric to wonder whether there's a record to be had.
I'll put it on the video editor, don't worry.
For the audience, that's listening to understand that Nathan is just not throwing out ad hominem that are frivolous. They have
what? Nathan's not just. Did he say not just?
Yeah.
He's not.
He's doing it to wind me up for his own pleasure.
Exactly. It's a puffer. Yeah, it's important for the audience that's listening to understand that Nathan is just not throwing out ad hominem that are frivolous. They have denoted meaning.
He's not just, he's not just said calling people names, right? They have meaning. They have a purpose behind why he uses them.
Let's go to Merriam-Webster. Let's look for the meaning and the depth that he's obviously thought about covering his ass.
How many times do people think that Nathan Oakley used an ad hominem without frivolous meaning, right?
Frivolous. With justification. How many?
Yeah.
And
0, I think.
Accurate. What he just called him, because that's what he's behaving like.
Wow.
Go and do that on your own, wanker.
He didn't even know what it was. And now he's just defended him. That shows you, Nathan. That's those people around you, Nathan.
Sycophants.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody did describe it as a cult.
That's what that sounds like, isn't it? It's like Nathan can't do any wrong.
I mean, in the politics, nobody. I mean, there was a guy. Was it last week? The Australian guy pulled him up for swearing.
Yeah.
And that's the first time not the first. There's been some other smaller interventions, but they've tried to sort of guide him away rather than rap him on the knuckles. So, but nobody, the silence enables him, doesn't it? Nobody's trying to change the subject or call him to say, come on, Nathan, da da da. So
nobody's saying don't.
Yeah, and they're either scared to, or it benefits them in some way. And for those who support him, just like that little statement there, which has no basis at all, that just points to compliance.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way that you could probably say that ad hominem was justified in that context, because that's a very sexual connotation, isn't it?
Yes.
And for Nathan to be suggesting that it was a factual thing and not an ad hominem, and for D-Rose to take that on is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a very narrow one as well, and he expands on it within the context of what he's saying there, within the wanker. It's he really gets into it and pulls out all sorts of things from his imagination that fit with that for him. I think a bit of projection going on there.
Fantastic stuff. I mean, well done, D-Rose.
Don't involve me in that.
Well, they say that ignorance is bliss, but to argue for ignorance is orgasmic, I guess. Wankers.
Is it possible to argue for ignorance? Argue for ignorance? I doubt it. In the case of ignorance, I don't know.
There's a little pressure release valve there, a little bit of humour that can kind of giggle away and slip out. Those things often happen.
Maybe.
Phew, let's have a laugh.
Yes, that's it.
Exactly.
You guys would
off.
jerk off. Yes, that's what you'd call him, a jerk off. That's what you are, a jerk off. Go jerk off on your own. Jerk off.
Don't know whether that works.
Yeah, book writing. About 5 minutes once we round out. when Adam joins. We'll have a short after show today.
Book writing.
114 people watching. Please share the show if you've not done so already. It takes 2 seconds to click the share button. Stick it on Facebook, stick it on MySpace, Bebo, whatever it is you kids use. Please share the love. And as I've
It's
said
funny that he says that the kids.
We're going to be in politics proper tomorrow. So we'll arrive at a decent time, stay for the duration of the live show, and then leave at a decent time. After hopefully
Was that
Okay.
Good.
Make sure to watch that.
Was that
Nathan Oakley
interaction with
tomorrow.
Bayuker, like, that was the first question he asked, right?
Yeah.
So he couldn't even get past his own question.
His question was about the antipodal positioning of two flat Earths sandwiched one on top of the other to create a celestial sphere.
See? No way.
You go, double down.
Right?
Couldn't even get past his own question.
We go again.
That wasn't, yeah, I mean...
This is the question. Listen to what Nathan says.
His question was about the antipodal positioning of two flat Earths sandwiched one on top of the other to create a celestial sphere.
So, like, the question was that there were two points of rotation.
Yeah.
Right? Not antipodal positioned like a sandwich, one on top of each other, right? And that's what Nathan gave him as a reply, right? I don't think he was expecting that. I mean, I definitely wasn't expecting antipodal planes sandwiched on top of one another.
Yeah, he's responding to another question, isn't it? Another statement that's happened.
Maybe that must be what he's got when he's tried to reason these sun circles, I think.
Yep.
He's then sandwiched them together, which is, it's okay for the flat Earth, right? I mean, at least it's something.
Well, I wonder, his 10th man brought all this to them and sold them this method, this story. I wonder if he left them hanging with that antipodal sandwich, or whether it's something of Nathan's design. Where it comes from, what's the root of that? Because if I'd been taught that, and that was the story has gone along and Ted the Man, then I might have been asking, well, then what? Then beyond that, then what? Where do you go from there? Go on, Rob.
Nathan's statement again, like, see, I call myself a flat earther, right? But that statement Nathan made absolutely no sense to me.
I don't think it
can.
I
don't know what I don't know what he's defending or getting behind. Like, I just don't understand what he sees in his head to make a statement like that.
Yeah, I mean, you do have a voice to ask, probably more than most people. I don't think you get shut down generally, do you? And kicked out of places. I mean, you've got a voice to ask. Does anybody know what that means?
I'm definitely going to look into it. Sorry if my mic is shitty.
Yeah, no problem.
That sounds better.
I think people are going to have to look into it. You flat earthers are going to be asked, how do you cope with it mentally? These sun circles. I guess everybody's going to have to deal with it. How do you deal with it? That's the whole thing.
Oh, I mean, go on, Rob.
I just said I have a cope. Like, I cope with it in the fact that I have no idea how the shit up there works. But I know that water at rest is horizontal. So I don't need to know how to explain sun circles. That's my cope.
But will you get triggered by people that do ask you.
No,
That would be the next one.
Not. I'll just explain it like I just did.
Yeah, yeah. Why do you reckon Nathan can't do that?
I don't know, his ego and then having to have all the answers and just saying it's measured flat is good enough.
It's that narcissist thing that the AI came up with, right? I think that explains why Nathan can't do what you do. He has to be the expert or whatever.
Me and my wife already had a huge conversation about my narcissistic tendencies or lack thereof.
Well, at least you got a day job, Rob. You got practical things to, you're not doing this full time, just sat in your apartment, thinking about microphones.
Right, yeah. Do you not have a good microphone to talk into, do you, Rob?
No, my mics are all shit. I get muted in places just because of my microphone, not because of what I say.
Right, I'll play this a bit more. Yeah, it finished.
Phrase it as concisely as I just did,
because it does end quite well, doesn't it? Like
I do really want to get. I do want to get to the end.
Yeah. Well, there's 20.
Oh shit! You're not even halfway, man.
No, we are. There's 24 minutes left of it.
Bleed out a bit of globe belief from antipodal on a flat plane. What, on the bottom of a flat plane that we've measured? Yeah, after the fact. Yeah, you mathematized two planes, one with one guy dangling off the bottom of the other and the other guy stood on top of it to create the celestial.
Like, listen to that.
Dangling off the
bottom of it.
What, are the same orientation?
What do you mean antipodal? That sounds like something I can bleed out a bit of globe belief from. Antipodal on a flat plane? What, on the bottom of a flat plane that we've measured? Yeah, after the fact. Yeah, you mathematized two planes, one with one guy dangling off the bottom of the other and the other guy stood on top of it to create the celestial.
You don't mathematize planes to dangle people off. That's not how mathematics works, Nathan. Don't know what is he talking about.
There's a level of magic in, a magic trick going on in that spin of words that is nonsense.
Yeah.
That kind of just
cannot be comprehended, right? Like, there's nobody out here that can actually make any sense of what Nathan Oakley just said. Not even Nathan Oakley, I think.
Yeah, I guess it charms you into either thinking that guy's talking bullshit or, oh yeah, that sounds a bit above me, but the other bit sounded okay. Yeah. I'll keep with it.
I hope one day I can reach that level of excellence that Nathan Oakley's now holding as the flat Earth genius.
I'm gonna have a microphone just like him when I grow up.
Sphere that goes on to create the globe. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I don't think for 1 second that could be possible. People aren't dangling underneath me.
People are, or they aren't.
To come up with your stupid globe that you believe in. No, I think that's idiotic, but that's how it's been mathsed. Not by me.
Well, technically, he asked about the two points of rotation first.
There you go. Well done, Neil.
Rotation must be with respect to a plane of reference.
Yeah, Nathan broke it down for him, but he was not listening.
I just didn't want to acknowledge it because he knows what the response is. What, for the audience's benefit, what would have been the response if on one of the 15 occasions he had how Earth is measured flat pointed out to him, he acknowledged it in any semblance that you, the audience, go, oh yeah, he obviously recognises that point now. What would be the reply from us? Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
If you can just delay that. Yeah, that type of wanking isn't for me either. Bugger off and do that to yourself somewhere else.
Oh my God. What if you said, okay, you've welcomed me to Flat Earth. How do I deal with the 2 points of rotation?
Yes. That's my exact feeling. If you wanted to be, if you wanted to take on Flat Earth, you wanted to become a better Flat Earther, and these questions arose, what would you do? What would happen? I mean, this is what would happen.
Yeah.
Or you comply, you shut up, you go, oh yeah, okay, I don't understand, but okay, I better not. You're alpha. I better not, front up to you or anything.
Is there a flat earther out there that could do a better job of trying to help flat earthers work through this complicated issue that they've been handed?
Yes, surely.
Because Nathan Oakley doesn't seem to be doing much to help anybody at the minute.
And most of them are kind of cartoon characters, really.
I guess we'll see tomorrow. I mean, people might be asking questions about this sort of stuff tomorrow.
Yeah, true enough.
No, thank you. Makes me feel kind of dirty when you do that around me. No, thank you. Go away. Ugh.
He feels dirty when you ask him a question. That's what he's got in his head now.
Well, he's associated now with the sexual act, isn't he?
Yeah. Weird. He did that to Lumpy as well.
Yeah, true enough.
How much of that?
Yeah, Brian, I'm sorry.
I was just saying, thank you. How much of this latitude and longitude was measured on a globe again?
None. Yeah, the globe uses these flat systems.
So it should be easy to explain then, right?
On both sides.
Exactly.
We come to an understanding that Earth is measured flat, because with flat earthers that say the same thing, that it's not the ground that we're measuring. So we seem to have made enemies on both sides.
Probably not a realistic side. They're just controlled opposition. People here to subvert the general public away from the actual facts of the matter when it comes to flat Earth measurements. Talk about other stuff that is unrelated.
By asking questions.
I have my question, Nathan. I have my question, one question. So you are talking about flat Earth measurements. So I want to know the physical measurements of the Earth. So where are they? Because I'm trying to find it, but I'm not finding them.
Latitude.
Angles with respect to the plane of reference. All measurements.
So latitude system, for example.
So New Moon. I answered you, then John started giving you a follow-up answer, and you started asking questions in the middle of the answer that you got. What gives?
Okay, so can I explain my concept?
Well, you're asking something. You want to ask and explain? No. The way it works in civilized society is you ask a question, then you get a...
Civilized society, here we go. Is that a dig? Is it? We know what Nathan's like. There's a slight undertow of something brewing.
Was that a little kind of indication that he might start getting annoyed? Because it's been pretty civilized up to now in civilized society. He's pretty good at that.
Yeah.
So hope he doesn't get pushed to start getting abusive or anything like that. I mean, not in civilized society.
Yes. This serve as a civilized society, right? As opposed to politics, right? He's on a different Discord server.
A response.
There we go.
And then you acknowledge the response you got in some form or another.
We don't want to talk to this piece of shit anyway.
Neil.
Welcome.
Yeah, welcome. You'll be warmly welcome back. Yeah, on the next show. Here's somebody who's just come back.
What happened though, New Moon, wasn't that. It was you asked a question, we answered your question, you started talking in the middle of the answer.
Doc reply.
The strange thing about this is that New Moon is the guy who did the golden ticket. And the golden ticket from the TFE originated from somebody offering Nathan Oakley a ticket to go to TFE, right? So the guy that you're listening to talking or at one time, wanted Nathan Oakley to be part of TFE. He admired Nathan Oakley enough to want him to be involved in the entire thing. And Nathan Oakley turned that down. Bluntly, right? By saying he wouldn't deal with that fraudulent whatever. And, you know, where it ended up with Lisbeth going to wherever. Anyway, so this whole thing that we're dealing with now, Nathan Oakley could have been part of, and this guy was the one that wanted him to be part of it.
And he did present as a flat earther at the time. I remember him going over it when they discovered, you know, talked about this guy, and they said, "Oh, yeah,
this guy is a flat earther." Well, I mean, you know, like as much as anybody that says they're a flat earther.
And they'd already kind of laughed and joked along with him that he hadn't scammed anyone. Did you get any money off anybody? No. So you never scammed anyone. You were just a naughty boy.
Yeah.
Remember Megan saying you were a naughty boy? You naughty boy. Oh, you know, and they just laughed about it when nobody ever questioned, why did you try to set me up like that when you had no money? Why was it me you chose? Oakley saying that, you know.
Yeah.
Because it was Oakley he put up. Why did he put Oakley up in the frame when he didn't have any money? It was just a joke. Could have been anybody, couldn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Roger Ledwell, he wants to go. You know, yeah. But nobody's ever asked him, you know, that. Why?
Well, I mean, that may be why Neil, you know, doesn't like him. But I would have thought that was him trying to get Nathan involved in it. Like, he saw a big thing coming for Flat Earth, and he wanted Nathan to be part of it.
Yeah, maybe just starting the ball rolling, somebody would have come up and said, I'll pay for him to go.
Yeah.
You know,
or maybe the golden ticket would have been ended up with Nathan Oakley. Like, at that point, you know, funding would have been...
Yes.
Put
if he'd
in
have been chosen, then they said, there's no money, somebody would have paid him out anyway.
Yeah.
They said, oh, sorry to disappoint you, you did win and all. Or you were, you know, given the idea you were going to go and you've agreed to go.
Well, I see.
And then didn't acknowledge a single word that you were very rudely talking through, and then you insisted on a new question and explanation from you, without acknowledging the answer that you got, that you rudely talked through. So, New Moon, the word that I'm going to describe you is quite consistently being demonstrated about with people that come and interact with us in general at the moment. You're a wanker, New Moon.
There we go.
A wanker. Now,
I would
challenge you to repeat a single sodding word that either John or I just answered your question with.
Wanker.
And I would estimate that you won't be able to do it because you're a wanker and you didn't listen to a single word either of us said, did you? Wanker.
No, I listened. I asked you for flatter measurement. You said...
No, I didn't want a rendition of what you asked. Yeah, we heard you the first fucking time you asked it and then I answered. Give us some of the words that we used to answer you when you asked that you've just repeated for a second time. Note so I'm listening and counting off the repetitions of the shit you asked and got answered. This is still you not answering or affirming that which we've responded with. You haven't done that yet. The second attempt, New Moon, you wanker. What did we answer when you asked that the first time? Do you want to give us some of the words that John or I gave you?
I want you to map...
I don't give a shit what you want, you stupid wanker. So we answered you, you stupid wanker, and you didn't acknowledge your word.
He just asked him a question.
Yeah.
I mean, this isn't going well, is it? I mean...
Well, he's also, the question he's asked him is on his home ground, where he possesses information on his top part of the flat Earth.
Surrounded by all of his head generals, you know, he's got everybody there.
On his home turf.
Even Jedi, the mod from 24/7, he's there listening to him. Yeah, there's quite a lot of AIs in there.
Troops have come and support.
Yeah.
Wow.
And this, you know, there's a lot of people there. New Moon's just asking him a question.
We said you just talk to us because you're a wanker. Get lost. Go and play with your penis on your own somewhere else. You stupid, disingenuous wanker.
What is going on in Nathan's head? Come on.
Well, the enabling silence of his, you know, his peers in the Discord there. Nobody's sort of saying a word.
Don't do that here.
He wants us to match. What are we?
What part of go away, you disingenuous wanker, don't you understand, New Moon? Do you feel that when somebody's obviously displeased with you and telling you to go away, that you can just keep on yattering at them?
Thing.
No, I think you're a wanker. I don't like being in your presence at the moment, New Moon. Go away.
Because I'm asking questions.
I don't give a shit. Are you deaf or dense? Were you dropped on your head as a child, you stupid retard? I'm telling you.
Well, he's gone all fight the flat earth on him as well now.
Yeah.
Like, what's going on? Somebody needs to have a word with Nathan. This can't be normal behaviour. I mean, I know it's sort of, but I mean, this one episode is it's like an episode, isn't it?
Yeah, he hasn't slipped off for coffee for fuel either. He's perhaps that's what it is. He's desperate for coffee. But
you go away because no, dickhead. I don't want to converse with you because when I do, you yatter through my answers. That means I don't want to converse with you anymore because you're a wanker, like you're doing now. You're about to do exactly that. Making my point clear for my audience. Making my point clear right now, right? This is why I don't want to talk to you, stupid wanker. Telling you why and you're talking through me. Me explaining why I don't is being met with the reason why I don't. It's being confirmed as I tell you. Oi, wanker!
He's not even got his
when
finger
you ask me a question and I answer you, you yatter
thing.
through it, I just call you a wanker and tell you to get lost. That's what I'm doing. Get lost.
Not taking the elevation angle
Get
of the
lost.
sky has nothing to do with the
Get lost.
The Earth.
So you think confirming that which you had a first attempt to
with
do?
The other guy,
wanker.
He had him on mute and
lost.
kicked him out.
Get lost, wanker. Get lost.
He's allowing
Get lost,
him to
wanker.
do this.
He thinks an elevation angle is just a vertical line.
Yo, New Moon, is there something wrong with you?
He's a wanker. That's what's wrong with him. He's a wanker.
No way. He thinks a vertical line is an angle. And then Chocolate saying, what's wrong with you? Again? The guy... Anyone know what the guy's question is? Something to do with how to measure it flat?
What are the actual measurements of when you measure the Earth flat? I'm looking for them and haven't found them so far.
You're a wanker, New Moon.
Like, is this how
you can take the elevation angle of any star exactly without using horizontal line.
Right, we use it in navigation with respect to the ground, you stupid idiot. We're navigating the freaking... We're navigating the ground, aren't we? We're navigating the ground, aren't we, dickhead? Dickhead. We're navigating the ground, aren't we?
You are not even...
So he's going to say we're not. This is navigation. Wanker. So you're doing what the last... Wanker. We're navigating the fucking ground and you are being a disingenuous wanker. You haven't acknowledged the fact that you're trying to take this angle we're measuring with respect to the ground we're navigating away from the ground. Now, when I bring it back to the ground, which is what we're navigating, like I've just put to him twice, he's not acknowledging that fact. Because he needs to take this elevation angle measurement that we're using for the ground that we're navigating. He needs to take that away from the ground, don't you, New Moon? You wanker.
The ground.
Well, you can't, because the vertical he's saying it's in is with respect to the...
He's got a picture, right? This is a flat plane. This is you. Is the antipodal flat plane the guy hanging off the bottom of it? I mean, he's got it there. Like, it'd have to be, wouldn't it? Sandwiched flat plane.
Yeah.
The surface
the ground.
Of the Earth.
No, it has nothing to do.
Yes, you unbelievable wanker. We are, when navigating using celestial navigation, navigating the ground. But this disingenuous wanker, do you see that pleasure? Did you hear it? He's pleased with his wank that he's having. What? No, go and play.
Nathan's got something on his mind. Surely. This isn't normal. This isn't normal for any debate scenario.
Stay with yourself on your own, you stupid wanker. Yes, navigation is with respect to the ground. Not... No! No, you're a wanker. That's what you are, wanker. Okay, wanker? I don't want to talk to you anymore. That doesn't mean when I tell you I don't want to talk to you, you're being invited to talk through the top of me telling you to get lost. I'm not inviting a response, you stupid wanker. I'm telling you to go away now that we've proved you're a wanker. That little smug laugh while you are shown to be inconsolably wrong. No, you were laughing about it. No, you're just wrong. We're navigating the ground when we measure the ground with these elevation angles because we're going to navigate the ground. What's that? It's not the ground, you stupid wanker. Get lost. We don't want to talk to you anymore. You're a wanker. Go and be a globe-believing wanker somewhere else.
Horizontal line.
Go away, you stupid wanker. Go away. Go away. Go away, you disingenuous wanker. We don't want to talk to you anymore. Do I have to remove you? Go away, you wanker. Go away.
I'm helping you. I'm helping you. You don't know astronomy.
You're helping me, are you, you stupid wanker? No, you're not helping anyone. You're lying to the audience by telling me it's not the ground. When I point out how it is the ground, all you can do is this, which is be a wanker through the top of me pointing out. We're navigating the fucking ground. Aren't we?
You're talking about celestial.
Are you going to ask me a question instead of the acknowledgement that we're navigating the ground with these measurements? The thing you're trying to take it away from?
If you're trying to...
If we're isn't answering that we're navigating the ground, you're not acknowledging it. Because you're a wanker, New Moon. A wanker. Do you understand wanker? Maybe you could just talk through me, point out what a wanker you are. Maybe you could talk through me, but this is you winning, is it, wanker? Is you talking through me winning? No, wanker. We're navigating the fucking ground, you stupid wanker, and based on that fact that you're lying to my audience about, you're not educating me or anybody. You're a disingenuous lying wanker now. You're not educating anybody, you're lying to them. Because you won't acknowledge that when we do navigation, it seems obvious to the audience now, because I say it. It's navigation. Obviously with respect to the ground, because we're navigating it. This wanker says no.
See, that's getting a little bit angry, Nathan, now. I mean, it's getting a little bit telling. And again, what has the guy said?
Yeah.
Not getting a chance to say anything.
Yeah, I was thinking how, when you said about, is this normal in a debate situation? And I was thinking, well, no, it's not, but somehow there's a level of desensitization with this. Because when you hear it, it becomes somehow, it's like seeing, war. And the more you see it, the more it's just the background. It loses its power, in some ways, and trauma and that kind of things. The nasty things you can see, you can become desensitized from them, and so, the way he is. I think the people around him can get desensitized from it and just accept it as this is the norm in this situation. But of course, in any other situation, it just wouldn't be. In reality, it would just end up in some violent situations, I'd imagine.
He's I don't know. Is it a debate? No. Right? Is it flat Earth debate?
No.
Yes, it is. I think this is what Nathan Oakley's done over the 10 years or whatever of his channel. It's called Flat Earth Debate. He's turned debate into flat Earth debate.
Yeah.
Just change the words, the meaning of the word by putting flat Earth in front of it. This is what you get. This is what it is. I think this is what people will come to recognise as flat Earth debate. This is probably why modern day debates wants to drop this whole thing, because this is all it ever is. Nobody's got an argument. Just this, backwards and forwards, round and round in circles.
Yeah, I think there's probably a consistent group of people who are drawn to this kind of drama. And we'll just, there's 100 people that turn up or whatever, and that's it. It's like watching a soap, 2 or 3 times a week, and there's some ridiculous scenarios of people getting murdered and dying and coming back to life, and just crazy kind of storylines. And it just feels like this is something. I mean, the algorithms on social media are targeted towards the arguments, the things that people will engage in, and they tend to be these polarizing topics, and then they can target the ads towards those, and they push those to the top of the feed so people engage in them, and then they can get the ads targeted to those. They're not really they don't get so much footfall on gardening things. This heavyweight stuff is where people are psychologically drawn to somehow. But I mean, this has limiting factors. He's only got a certain amount of numbers. He doesn't really go above those. Just like tuning into EastEnders or Dallas or whatever, the American version, or Australian version, EastEnders, or those weekly 2 or 3 or daily soaps for some things. Home Alone, no, what's the other one? Home and Away, or whatever.
It's a niche market,
those kind of things,
isn't it?
Yeah, and people
some people do like it. People pay money for it, don't they? This is what
that's
they want.
But that's the only way he shows up every day, right? Because you'll never meet a religious person that will show up every day to argue their religion. You'll never meet one. But you will for this.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
You know what I mean? Like, I would even say, even if there's money involved, I couldn't see a religious person showing up every day, even though somebody's like, hey, I'll pay you every day to talk about your religion. I could even see, because the moral code and all that stuff, even they would say, maybe a little while, but I can't do it every day.
Yeah, just
but
once
with
a
this,
week.
Yeah. But with this, he's down to do it daily.
Yeah.
With nothing. With absolutely nothing.
With nothing, yes. And even less the more you poke at it, the less there is.
Last 10 minutes.
Oh, I don't want to talk to you anymore. You're a wanker. Go away, wanker.
Again?
Show me the celestial
Go
navigation
away.
of planet.
Well, go away, wanker. Don't you understand? You're just disobedient. You're a disobedient wanker. Disobedient wanker. Go away.
Trying to steal
wanker.
the tangent of
Wanker.
the
Wanker. 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 Wanker.
See, that's not normal. That's somebody putting the fingers in their ears.
That's the most childish. Yeah, that was the most childish rebuttal to what New Moon was saying. Ridiculous.
Yeah.
But we're coming up on the John part that they were complimenting you. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Sorry, yeah, I was going to say, but it is the most perfect Nathan Oakley way to respond to anything that's challenging.
Yeah.
It's a common response across the whole arena, I think, not necessarily using these words or this kind of way, but this way of shutting people down, talking over them, so I think for those people who do come and ask questions, they try to get the question in, and then they're being told it's them who are being the ones who are butting in and not observing the protocols and the the courtesy type things, because that's the way it works.
Brenda did that with you.
Yes.
Rad. Like Mike Dornan's just said, Brenda literally did exactly that. Because he didn't want to hear what you were saying.
Yeah. And then earlier that ayahuasca or whatever that guy, he was met with more pricks than a botanist. You know what I mean? It's like...
Yeah, the progression has just been ridiculous for his... And you think about it, you clip that out, the amount of questions Nathan got asked by 2 people in an hour and 18, and how many swear words and the tirades of stuff that he goes out with. I mean, I think it's about to go a little bit crazy now into the next level, right? If you believe that.
Yeah, everybody should know by now that you can't have flat Earth without maximum amount of contradictions possible. That's the only way it's going to succeed.
And don't point the contradictions out, otherwise
meltdown.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the reason it's bad.
Yeah. Here we go.
What part of go away because you're a disingenuous proven fact
he
wanker?
Could be modern.
Don't you understand? Do you think we still want to engage with you?
He could do
you
that.
think in the
he
face
did
of me telling you off for being a disingenuous wanker, proving how you're a disingenuous wanker, and then telling you to get lost because of it means I want a question from you, you disingenuous wanker? No, it doesn't. Go away.
Just for the audience, I'm
not answering anything. I'm telling you, you're a disingenuous wanker because we're navigating the ground and you won't acknowledge it. You will yatter through me trying to get an attempted fifth time. Attempt of you acknowledging, oh, you're going to wanker through me? You're going to wanker through the top of me acknowledging that we're navigating the ground, are you, wanker? This a fair discussion? No, it's you, a wanker, trying to subvert from the facts that you laugh about when you lie about them. No, we are navigating the ground when we do, what's it called again? Celestial navigation with elevation angles off the ground, with respect to an angle to the ground, that you say it isn't. No, wanker, I don't want to talk to you anymore. That's me for the fifth time proving what a wanker you are and what a liar you are. I don't want to converse with you anymore. Why should I have to throw my pearls to you, swine? You.
Pearls? Where's he keeping his pearls? Like, because anybody asks him, like, who's going to get him to cast his pearls? Oh, no, yeah, I see what's happening. The pearls. That was his inroad, wasn't it? Oh, yes. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, I wonder if that's what triggered him, or it was something, he brought out, purposely.
Yeah. Here we go.
Swine!
Now, I don't want to suggest anything, but I mean...
Jeez. Volume check. Nathan,
I know.
Good God.
But, the connotations of that.
Yeah.
You know what a swine is? Nathan has this way of reacting to certain people in a certain way. Like, there was a guy in our mate Robert.
Yeah.
Right?
Jamaican guy.
Yeah, he got called a bumberclot, which was a specific term directed at, the Jamaican.
Yeah, I mean, that's really
Robert
insulting.
the Jamaican drives me nuts.
Yeah,
but that's amongst you. If you
hold on now, that's my debate partner, Rob. So you got to take it easy on old Robert.
Jamaicans might say,
you guys got to call him Robert, please. Please start calling him Robert so that we can distinguish between Rob and Robert. Because
you can't do that Jamaican smooth accent, Rob. You can't.
You both share a similar passion.
Yes, we do. We are similar in name only.
I'll let Rob know, Robert.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, amongst Jamaicans, I think that might go down without too much trouble. It's kind of, but I think out of town, if you're not Jamaican and you call somebody a bomber clot, a blood clot, then that's dangerous ground. Dangerous ground. Yeah.
Well, I think this is even worse myself.
Yep. Yeah. But as you were saying, Nathan does seem to target particular people with particular incisive remarks, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah.
I spit on you, swine. Swine. I spit on you. I spit on you.
Like, that does seem very... I mean, I don't know much about that spitting on people, and you know it's not very pleasant. But I don't know. He was brought up around Birmingham, so I mean he might be able to do these sort of things, but I'm not too sure it's a good look.
I spit on you, swine. Swine. I spit on you. I don't want to converse with you. I spit on you.
Again, he could.
The celestial horizon. Tell me.
Don't talk to me, you swine.
What the hell is this?
Swine.
What
Pig.
The hell is
Pig.
Tangent,
hello, pig. Pig.
That's
pig.
gotta be
pig.
You're talking about
pig. Lying pig. Don't want to talk to you anymore. You're a liar. You laugh in the face of the lies that get. Pig. I'm talking to you, pig. Pig, dog, liar. Swine. I'm talking to you. You, pig, dog, liar. Don't want to talk to you because you're a pig. You're lying about the Earth that we're navigating. That's what you're doing. That means I don't want to talk to you anymore because you're a pig.
Why you're talking about globe Earth and talking about the measurements of the sky? Just talk about the Earth if you're talking about the flat Earth measurements, okay?
It's on screen for my audience. Here's an elevation angle measurement to the sky with respect to the flat surface that will be measured. That's Earth being measured flat.
Look, it's on the screen for you. Look, that's Earth being measured flat. If you want an example, look, there it is. It just looks like a bit of geometry with north wrote on it. Oh, and there is a sun up there in the sky with a triangle. That's Earth being measured flat. If you wanted a pictorial description of how to measure the Earth flat, Nathan Oakley's got it there for you. You pig dog.
This disingenuous wanker can only glare through the top of me pointing out to an audience how Earth's measured flat in an example using a light in the sky and its ground position. That's the point directly below this light, the sun, in this example, taken from a navigation manual, with a flat plane beneath the angle measured, because we're going to...
See, they can do that in the south, right? You can measure an angle to the sun. So don't feel lost, Southerners. You too can
have an angle.
You can do something like this. All you've got to do is do it. I mean, Nathan Oakley hasn't even measured the angle either, but just something like this.
They'll be navigating the surface. What's this wanker doing? He's telling me, no, we're not needing the surface.
Is he?
That's what he's doing, because he's a glurf, a wanker, a liar, swine, a pig.
Glober. I'm not a glober, but I am.
You're a pig. You're a pig and a liar. That's what you are, a pig. Swine.
Could I debunk him, Nathan, for a second? You don't mind?
Yeah, go.
Can I debunk him? A shot.
New moon. The geographical position of a celestial body is always directly underneath that celestial body. And the geographical position is always on the surface of Earth. You understand that?
Brian's like, hey, Nathan, can I have a go?
Yeah, GP is on the surface of the Earth, yeah.
No, you just told us it wasn't.
So,
Shut it, Nathan.
That's fine. You've just completely debunked your position. Because when we measure with an elevation angle, right? When we measure with an elevation angle, the GP of the celestial body is always directly vertical below the end of that elevation angle. It's the vertical we're measuring with the elevation. So how is that going to work on a curved surface with a tangent?
No. Don't ask him that. No. That's the surface being measured flat.
No, don't.
Nathan, you don't know what I'm talking.
Oh, you don't know what's going on, Nathan. Nathan, you don't know. Brian, carry on.
Tangent for that GP point and tangent for your observable point are both different. They are not parallel.
The GP point is not going to be below the celestial body.
Yeah, that's not a flat Earth script, is it?
Going to be below the celestial body.
A tangent.
That's not a flat Earth script. He said they were
different tangents
at the GP and at your point. Well, that's not a flat Earth.
Yeah.
Talking point, is it?
I wouldn't have thought so.
No.
And
that's why I was wondering. It's a bit confusing about what he is, or whether he's playing devil's advocate. You know.
It won't be below the celestial body. The end of directly below the end of the elevation angle will be where the GP point is. So I've just disproven the use of tangents, the use of a globe, and any other complete other horseman you are that you want to come along with. And you also don't know what a zenith angle is, because you think a zenith angle is just a straight vertical line. You're an idiot.
It's also a liar.
Yeah, you're coming. Yeah, he's a liar, but he's coming in here. He's coming in here, Nathan, wanting to attack you and attack us, and he doesn't know anything about this.
Wanting to attack? Are you sure? He was just asking questions.
Got his hand on his pearls.
Don't think there was any attack. But, I mean, hey, Brenda the other day felt offended at people talking. So maybe these guys feel attacked when you ask them questions. Just like Brenda got offended at Emma talking the other day. I mean, there's not much difference, you know, with the people in the arena trying to feel like they're being attacked or whatever. I mean, I don't know. I mean, who's going to want to go and talk to them, really?
Subject. Simple little things that anyone would see and understand about it. You know what I mean? He doesn't even understand that. He thinks the GP point to be directly below celestial body.
Sorry, Brian, he's yattering through the top of you that you're not letting him speak. Sorry, he's yattering that you're not letting him speak while he literally stops the audience from hearing you by talking through the middle of you. So, New Moon, wanker, you've just chanted through Brian's statement that you were stopped from being able to speak. No, that's what you were doing to Brian literally in that moment. You were stopping Brian. So, wanker, that's what you just did to him. The thing you were projecting through him, stopping him, impeding him. So you were impeding him with the very thing you were moaning about, how you're being stopped as you impede Brian. That makes you a wanker who I don't want to deal with. Furthermore, you're engaging us with so-called flat earth tangential arguments based on the derivation of a flat plane with the angles to the stars that create that ball to have tangents too. So you need a flat plane to create that ball for you to argue about tangents when you're telling us you're not a baller. No, it seems like you are a baller because you're arguing for tangential positioning that Brian is debunking and you're not acknowledging him either. What you are doing is bleating that you're not getting your chance to speak through the top of Brian taking a giant shit on your lies. So, scum, swine, pig, dog, liar, get lost.
Horizontal line on your position.
So no,
line,
that wasn't an invitation for you to talk. So me calling you a swine and calling you a pig and spitting in your general disgusting face, metaphorically, of course. You think that's an invitation to continue a discussion with us? I think you're disgusting. I don't want to talk to you. It's because of the proven fact you're a scumbag. That's why. So based on the fact you're a scumbag, I don't want to converse with you anymore, you scumbag.
I can see him getting spittle all over his
You're
microphone.
representative of every scumbag boy-believing wanker who comes here with nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing but the use of flat plane measurements that you deny when you say that navigation's got nothing to do with the ground, and laugh when I point out how absurd that is, and tell me that you're educating me. No, you're a wanker, and it doesn't seem to matter how many times I spit in your disgusting lying pig, dog, scumbag face, you still think that's going to be followed up by a question from you. Wanker.
I'm not saying navigation has nothing to do with the ground. I'm saying when you take the elevation of the star, elevation angle of the star.
Yeah, Brian, it doesn't seem to matter how much I call him a wanker, how much I tell him to shut up, how much I tell him to get lost. He thinks that he's going to be the next person to talk. Wanker.
Yeah.
No, wanker. No, wanker. You see, we proved you're a wanker and a liar, disingenuous, a scumbag, and a swine that we don't want to throw pearls to.
This is a performance.
But you still think that, give me your pearls. Get lost.
Yeah. And this
Nobody
is the part where they mention
we
you
despise liars, scumbags, and pig dogs like
back
you.
into his script.
We despise you. You want to spend time amongst people that despise you? We hate you, in fact. But you're going to still spend time in our company. That makes you a masochist. Pathetic.
I'm a flat earther.
No, you're not. You're a liar. No, you're not. You're arguing for tangency only 5 minutes ago. You're a lost. Pathetic. despise you. We hate you, in fact. But you're going to still spend time in our company.
Getting
That
closer
makes
to his
you
mic.
a masochist.
Can you see what the captions have put? That makes you a massive kist. It's a little bit different, isn't it? You know, like, but I mean, that's much better. I like that. Nate, see, he's got some good words to say about him.
Yeah, I did wonder whether, you know, because the guy's Asian, whether he was using the pig thing.
Yeah.
Because, you know, he may have thought
Muslim
if he was a Muslim,
yeah, that would have been
that might be a
offensive.
triggering thing, you know. I don't know. It just occurred to me, you know, that he didn't try the sacred cow one in case he was a Hindu or anything, but
it has to be noted that he did literally use the mod thing, power button, right, for the Hyoka guy.
Yes,
but this guy, no, he's carried on some sort of tirade against him as though it's personal.
Yeah. Yeah, because he controls that.
Yeah.
He controls it. You know, he either shuts you down or he allows you to keep engaging.
Yeah, he's in control of all of the mods in that room.
Yeah.
Yeah, massive kist.
What Righteous Force thinks about it, I always...
I'm a flat earther.
No, you're not. You're a liar. No, you're not. You're arguing for tangency only 5 minutes ago. You're a liar.
Do you know tangents are...
So you're a liar. So now he's proving it. Now he's proving it, ladies and gentlemen. So he's now asking me about tangents. Now he's asking me about tangents. A minute ago, these angles had nothing to do with the ground, but now suddenly they're tangent to the ground? When it needs to be a ball suddenly incorporated in this belief that's got nothing to do with the ground. Ha, ha, ha. Disingenuous. Pig. No pig.
He just admitted that it has everything to do with the ground with the GP point and debunked his own claim of tangents in the globe by the use of the GP point. He doesn't understand that he's being completely debunked by himself.
Well, the minute he went to vertical, his argument was over.
Yeah.
Because if you look at that picture on the screen, what's vertical with respect to?
Horizontal plane, perpendicular.
Yeah. He's done. And Bev will tell you, buddy, all horizontals are parallel with the plane of the horizon, which is where surface level appears to meet the sky. Go away.
I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Primary streams, stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So, another massive thank you to all of you. Smash the super chat.
If you have
liked,
sworn,
commented, shared,
please come back
join
next
us as a Nathan Oakley
time.
1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. Of course, a massive thank you to the FED and Politics Discord servers and my G Plus panel for making today's live show possible. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
Wow.
Wow.
Weird grin. But yeah, what about that? And I mean, what's tomorrow going to bring? Or is it today? What's later on today going to bring?
Yes, I don't know. I don't know whether anybody, you know, on that side of the fence are going to have anything to say about it, or push back against it, or come up with, you know, whether they've all got their heads together this evening and this afternoon, this morning, wherever they might be in the world.
I just want to point out one thing. I already did the driver's door, right?
Oh, hot
yeah,
mic.
What does that say? Left.
But they're not exact opposites.
I know. We'll be okay.
I'll mute him for a bit. Well, we are going to end it now, and I don't know whether we've got any more music. What to go with? Can we get a?
Oh, we've got a jukebox full of music.
Oh no. Where is it? Where's my son gone? Oh, there you go. Got to verify I'm a human. Just got to click a box. That's all you have to do to verify it. Oh right, okay. Shadows. We did the church.
Yeah, well, thanks for everybody for coming.
Yeah,
hanging out, and yeah.
3 minutes,
good,
and then we'll be gone. Thanks for watching, everyone. We will. I don't know whether we'll be back tomorrow or not. I don't know. With more of this sort of stuff. I hope you all enjoyed it, and I mean, most of this stuff is to generate a conversation, right? I'm after the conversations. I would really like to talk to Nathan or QE, go over the black swan, go over the angle and the way that they try to generate a triangle from just an angle. But I mean, I think they're conversations that they can't really have. Right. See you tomorrow.
The shadows dance on the cave's old stone, a journey back where we're all alone. Wisdom comes from the dark unknown. Paint no pictures, just let truth be shown. Through the echoes, thoughts will flow. Symbols shatter where we dare to go. Truth ain't wrapped in a silver bow. Seek the depths, enjoy the show. Don't fear the cave, it calls you near. In shadows, the answers start to clear. To unlearn, it's a path we must steer. In the silence, our minds reappear. The wise man knows what he can't see. What's hidden lives in the mystery. In the dark, there's a clarity. Lost in shadows lies epoche. Blank pages we hold as we descend. Through the layers we slowly transcend. Understand, not to comprehend. In the journey, the mind will mend. Don't fear the cave, it calls you near. In shadows, the answers start to clear. To unlearn, it's a path we must steer. In the silence, our minds reappear. Don't fear the cave, it calls you near. In shadows, the answers start to clear. To unlearn, it's a path we must steer. In the silence, our minds